The saga commences with a single damning post. Our protagonist's world shatters as he checks his phone. The post unleashes a venomous review from someone who spewed negative lies about his medical clinic. It claims the clinic is a hotbed of COVID-19 infection. After witnessing this slander, most of the commentators vow their absolute refusal to ever visit such a supposedly contaminated medical establishment. Meanwhile, our unfortunate hero, absorbing this digital assault and its cruel comments, feels himself plummeting into a deep depression. His clinic, his dream, is now facing total ruin. The COVID-19 pandemic had erupted right as he launched his clinic, and after 3 grueling years in the medical world, he could not comprehend the sheer cruelty of destiny. Why must this tragedy befall him in such a manner? He is also crushed that visitors to his clinic became infected, and now others unleash a torrent of negative feedback. Abruptly, he senses a distortion in the very fabric of reality. It was as if the sky had fallen beneath his feet. For a brief moment, his consciousness fades to black, and with that, his fateful journey from a modern Korean doctor to a divine physician within the world of a novel begins now. His inner system awakens in a most peculiar way, as it permits our hero to gain immense power, unlock skills, and summon beings if he increases his HP. To achieve this goal, he must first treat his own internal organs. His current HP stands at 0. Following this realization, he opens his eyes, remembering the cold plunge into the Han River. He perceives a silhouette standing before him, and deduces it must be the individual who pulled him from the brink, despite his mountain of debt. But he feels a profound sense of relief to be alive. He finally takes notice of his new surroundings, realizing this is certainly not a hospital. It felt as if he had been dropped onto the set of a medieval fantasy film. Suddenly, a deeply emotional man startles him from his stupor when our hero inquires about his name. The man grows even more distraught with emotion, wondering how he could possibly forget his loyal doctor, Gordon. Our protagonist, on the other hand, fails to grasp his bizarre current predicament and simply requests that Gordon fetch him a cup of water. The chalice Gordon gives him is a luxurious goblet studded with diamonds, making him question if they were genuine gems. While taking a drink of the water, he catches a glimpse of his own reflection in a mirror. He realizes with a surge of dread that it is not his own face that is currently staring back at him. He recalls that this face is that of the Crown Prince, by the name of Raquel Adria Magentano, a tragic character from the novel, The Demon Sword Emperor, which was the very book he was reading the night he went for a drink. With overwhelming disbelief at his circumstance, he assumes he must still be intoxicated, and demands Gordon to strike him across the face. Appalled at the very idea of hitting his master, Gordon finds himself completely unable to do it. So, our hero slaps himself, and the instant he connects, he comes to a realization. A thrill courses through him. He's been given a chance to reincarnate as a crown prince. This means he's escaped his debt-crushed past. With this euphoric thought, he begins to stand from his position, but immediately falls to the ground. Seeing him in this state, Gordon frantically rushes forward to aid him. Staring at his own hand, he understands that this vessel is far weaker than a typical 40-year-old's, even though he's a young man. A sense of dread washes over him. The character he's been reincarnated into is perpetually bedridden and only appears for a moment in the novel's plot. Not only that, he is fated to die at the age of 22, with terror gripping his heart. He asks Gordon his age, and Gordon confirms that he is 21. He bites his lip in frustration upon hearing this revelation. Before, knowing that the character he now inhabited had this health affliction, he was ecstatic to have escaped his debt-filled past, to relish a new life as the Crown Prince. But now, with chilling dread, he understood he has but 1 year to live. He reflects on the novel, where the Crown Prince had perished, despite having the greatest medical treatments in the kingdom, and even the blessing of a cleric. Yet, nothing could alter his fate, and he still met his demise, while staring into the mirror's reflection. He deduces that all of this leads to only one possible solution. With that determined thought in his head, he turns to Gordon and demands he bring as many needles as he can find. Regardless of the size, he has resolved to heal himself. After making this monumental decision, he finds himself in deep meditation upon his bed. He checks his own pulse, seeking to comprehend the true nature of his ailment. He attempts to focus on his 10 esoteric pulses, where the root of the sickness might be hiding. If even one of them displays any symptoms, there's a high probability he is facing an internal affliction. At that precise moment, Gordon interrupts his concentration as he delivers the needles he requested, placing the entire set out before him. After a careful inspection, he selects one. Watching him heat the tip of the needle, Gordon voices his profound curiosity about the needle's purpose. He arrogantly declares that he will be piercing his own flesh with it, leaving the poor, loyal Gordon absolutely horrified, who is now convinced his master intends to inflict self-harm. He desperately pleads with him not to do this. Our hero tries to placate Gordon, assuring him that he is doing this for a righteous cause, and requests that he show some trust in this endeavor. To this, Gordon hesitantly concedes. With that, he removes his shirt and positions himself on his bed. He is aware that he must insert the initial needle into his most vital organ for breathing. To accomplish this, he must first steady his respiration. Near his shoulder lies the pressure point known as tying, which is the lung meridian point of the hand. He meticulously pierces that exact spot, experiencing a mild pain from the needle's significant thickness. Now, he focuses his intent on the acupoints, commencing with his lung, then proceeding to cloud gate, and finally the upper arm assembly. After finishing the initial sequence, he opens his eyes. It seems he's been bestowed the power to execute flawless acupuncture by applying this art to his own body. He has managed to slightly recover his lungs' function. With that, an absurd vision appears before him, as his gleefully dancing lungs give him a double thumbs up. This results in a sudden gain of 100 HP. This is the equivalent of 100 power. Our hero is utterly bewildered to see this screen before him. As he processes all of this newfound information, our protagonist is quite curious as he sees the status window appear. Witnessing his strange state, poor Gordon believes that he's lost his mind, so he once again begins to weep pathetically, with a look of sheer annoyance. Our prince commands him to cease his overreaction. Disregarding his hysterical doctor, he resolves to strike another acupoint located near the shoulder blade. This specific acupoint is known as the Yunmen acupoint, which he executes with absolute perfection. This results in a soothing sensation within his chest. He then aims for multiple acupoints along his arms, which inflict more pain than the last. But he grits his teeth and bears the agony. Seeing this display, Gordon begins to pray to the heavens for the health of his body and mind. In the meantime, our hero proceeds to the next phase, striking the Yunji acupoint as well. With this action, he stimulates numerous acupressure locations, and his lungs feel as if they're being worked on in a massage chair. He is intensely irritated by the preposterous images his screen is showing, as he wishes it would just grant him some HP points already. Next, he directs his focus to the cheesy acupoint, which is situated directly on his palm. With that final nail plunged into the coffin, he successfully completes the acupoint treatment for his left lung meridian. Now his lungs assume a humanoid form and begin a tap dance in his mind, which is becoming quite vexing for him. He waits with strained patience for it to conclude, but the performance continues a bit longer than he would prefer. As a result of this incessant tap dancing from his lungs, the organ in charge of his bowel movements also awakens. Now the aforementioned organ, which is the large intestine, materializes as a person and starts the party alongside the lungs. As their synchronized tap dance proceeds, his large intestine aligns perfectly with the rhythm of the dance. As a consequence, it bestows upon him 100 HP, and both lungs grant him 200 HP each. This means his total HP has now reached 600. With this significant boost to his HP, he is now finally capable of activating his skill. His system prompts him, asking if he desires to shop for new skills. To read this, he is reminded of all those fantasy tales in which a powerful ability related to being a warrior or a mage is bestowed upon the main protagonist. So, he makes the choice to investigate it further. Contrary to all of his grand expectations, the skills presented to him all pertain to medicine and healing. He muses that all of the trials he has faced in his previous life. Seeing the available list, he decides to acquire the pulse reading skill, which allows him to properly diagnose any illness. This is the very bedrock of all healing and prescription. If executed correctly, for a cost of 500 HP, he buys the skill at its first stage. By obtaining this ability, he is able to make a rough diagnosis of the health of his patients. He then receives the results of a basic overall health check report. Seeing this, he decides to re-examine his own pulse once more. He scrutinizes his new report. Then, the system delivers a grim notification. His body is in the worst possible state, and he possesses a maximum of 3 months left to live. He grimly thinks that's even less time than a mobile phone contract. So he once again focuses his will on his treatment via acupressure points. He considers if placing a needle in a clockwise motion while spinning it with the reinforcing and reducing technique will be effective. He is able to exhale during this delicate process while simultaneously removing the needles. He utilizes respiratory supplementation and a draining technique. So he puts it into practice and is absolutely astonished to see his lifespan has been extended by 1 day. He is so overjoyed that he begins to perform it on his other hand as well, which unfortunately results in him bleeding. Unlike the previous time, his system now warns him that he has overused the acupuncture, and it advises that he should only perform it once every 3 days. Now, his organs are depicted as lying exhausted on the floor. He comes to the conclusion that patients must be in a stable condition to withstand repeated acupuncture treatments, but his own body is far too frail to tolerate such a regimen. He then begins to assess his grave situation. He concludes that while the acupuncture therapy is indeed effective, due to his body's extremely weakened state, he is only capable of prolonging his life for a single month before ultimately perishing. After a long period of contemplation, he determines that he requires medicine to truly heal his body. For this specific purpose, he turns his attention to Gordon, who serves as a physician in this new world. He requests a much more powerful component, which makes his loyal doctor a little bit wary. He asks if they possess any wolfsbane root, but Gordon clarifies that since they reside in his palace, they must procure such materials from the main palace stores. He says he will fetch it, but wishes to know his master's intentions for it. Our hero deadpans that he fully intends to consume it. Upon hearing this insane declaration, the poor doctor begs him not to do it. He then explains the situation to the doctor, that he is merely doing this as part of his own treatment. Nevertheless, Gordon remains hesitant to give his reassurance. Our hero begins to elaborate on the circumstances. He questions if Gordon is already informed that the wolfsbane root is a highly toxic material, which Gordon acknowledges, as it is a key ingredient in poison. He specifies that he requires the daughter root of the wolfsbane, which is considerably smaller than the regular kind. At that, Gordon deadpans that it could cause his heart to stop beating. In reaction to this ominous statement, our hero concedes that this is indeed true, but he insists that he is aware of the technique he will employ to transform this toxin into a potent medicine. This sounds completely outlandish to Gordon. Our hero goes on, stating this method is known as detoxification, which will allow him to convert this poison into a true remedy. He asks if Gordon is now able to understand. Gordon truthfully admits that he doesn't comprehend a single thing, but he resolves to try it, since it may better his master's health. As he travels to the pharmacy to retrieve the root, he considers how absolutely nothing is halted the gradual decline of his master's condition. Now, he is prepared to invest his hope in this bizarre new cure. However, he is resolved to consume it himself first, to guarantee that it is perfectly safe for his master to ingest. After acquiring the root, our protagonist is able to create a tonic from it, but Gordon appears to be extremely doubtful. Upon laying eyes on this weird-looking concoction, he comments that it was brewed from a poisonous material. Then he begins to implore him not to drink it. Observing Gordon's pathetic and tearful behavior, our hero decides to playfully frighten him a bit. So he extends an offer for Gordon to sample it first. This startling declaration illuminates Gordon's face, because he also desperately wanted to try it himself. So he joyfully consents to test the medicine. Witnessing his willingness to endanger his life for him, our hero is hit with the memory that in the novel, Gordon is a character who is absurdly loyal to the Crown Prince. In the very beginning, he wasn't even his physician and began as a mere assistant. Though, with the passage of time, every doctor claiming to heal him eventually leaves, but he remains steadfastly by his side. However, he paid a grave price for his loyalty, because in the original story, he is put to death following the demise of the Crown Prince, falsely accused of orchestrating his death. Gazing upon him, our hero feels that he is a man who is worthy of a happy life, but it is an entirely different matter to share his precious tonic with him, which he is not yet prepared to do. After some time has passed, he at last finishes the tonic known as the ephedra aconite aserum decoction. Gordon is prepared to drink the entire thing, but our protagonist halts his advance. stating that it must be taken when it is properly chilled. At this point, Gordon suddenly expresses his worry about how our hero, the Crown Prince, could know the secret recipe for this medicine. Our hero concocts a quick excuse, asserting that he witnessed a dream in which a powerful mage revealed this recipe to him, despite claiming that he trusts in our prince. Gordon's facial expression says the complete opposite. He checks the time and swiftly downs the entire dose of medicine, leaving the poor, loyal doctor utterly and completely petrified. He glances at his physician with wide, innocent eyes, while proclaiming that he has consumed it all. Abruptly, his heart starts to pound rapidly, and he senses that something momentous is about to occur. In that very instant, his system notifies him that the intake of the perfectly prepared ephedra aconite asarum decoction results in a lessening of pain and coldness in his body, as well as providing a dramatic boost to his metabolism. Not only this, but he has also finally awakened the Asrahan core energy. This particular term grabs his full attention. The Asrahan core energy is a powerful technique created by the Grandmaster, known throughout the land as Javier Asrahan and his noble subordinate, Lloyd. This legendary technique is a sacred symbol of the imperial family, which is handed down exclusively to direct royal descendants of the imperial bloodline. Since he now inhabits the crown prince's body, he must have been instructed in this technique from a very young age. Now, he has managed to unlock the first stage of this ability, which permits his mana circle to flow freely around his heart, assisting him in both increasing and absorbing mana. His current mana is at 120%, while he requires 1000 HP to ascend to the next level. Because of this, he can feel the mana circle enveloping his heart, as well as the mana coursing through his veins with each and every breath. He is absolutely thrilled to be experiencing this incredible sensation. Suddenly, a piercing pain shoots through his heart, and it feels as though it is about to explode from his chest. Seeing him desperately clutch his heart, Gordon becomes extremely worried for him. On the other hand, he gets a critical warning. There is a high probability that his heart will cease beating at any second because the intense pressure from the mana circle is affecting it. When he understands that his own mana circle and the development of his heart are severely imbalanced, he theorizes that the very size of the mana circle might be the primary source of the problem, as it completely surrounds his heart. He recalls the physical condition of Rakiel, whose terrible illness kept him from properly training his mana circle since he was a young boy. As a result, the mana circle around his heart is constricting, which could bring about catastrophic consequences. So, he resolves to enact another countermeasure, as he desperately needs to expand the size of his mana circle. With that decisive thought in his mind, he journeys to the spiritual realm of his heart and stands resolutely before the heart itself and the mana circle that is currently strangling it. He surges forward toward his heart and seizes the reins of the circle within his hands, while deciding he must increase the speed of its revolution. The agony and pressure from doing this is nearly too much for him to withstand, but he forces himself to remember the failures of his past life. His clinic had been forced to shut down. He not only lost his patients, but he even began to lose his own hair, all because of the intense stress for being deep in debt. Every imaginable kind of loan piled up in a way that left him on the brink of selling his beloved home. With that powerful thought burning in his mind, he finally succeeds. And with this, he opens his eyes and glances at his doctor, who is deeply concerned about his well-being. His system informs him that he has managed to awaken his heart due to the positive stimulation he just endured. As the veritable king of all organs, our hero's heart makes a very grand entrance and is warmly greeted by the large intestine, while the lungs disdainfully call him unimpressive. Seeing them all makes our hero feel deeply annoyed, but his mounting irritation completely disappears when his system notifies him that he is the one and only person in history to acquire something called the mana circle slot. He doesn't quite understand this new feature, but he surmises that it must be akin to an empty inventory slot in a video game. Meanwhile, Gordon is still extremely worried about him and asks about his health, as he appeared to be someone who is enduring immense agony. He poses the question of whether it is a terrible side effect of the medicine. Our hero devises an excuse that he simply choked on some phlegm, but Gordon doesn't believe his story for a second. He firmly insists that our hero was in tremendous pain, while lamenting that he was the one meant to have drunk at first. To that, our hero retorts that he will be offered poison next time, if Gordon is truly that desperate to have some. This statement incites a protest from his loyal doctor, who did not mean it in that particular way. He casually commands him to clean up the entire mess on the floor, if his doctor doesn't want the poison. But before proceeding, he turns back to his doctor and thanks him, which leaves the poor doctor in a state of utter shock. He worries that our hero may have gone insane from drinking that poison. Meanwhile, on his way out, our guy is beyond ecstatic to possess something as incredible as mana slots. These slots are essentially a space where he is able to store any substance, infused with mana, up to a total of 10 liters. He is required to ingest that material in order to successfully store it. After a period of meditation, he considers testing this new technique, but he doesn't know what to store inside it at first. Then he spots the nearby jug of water and decides to experiment with it. Gazing at the pitcher of water, he remembers a concept known as the median lethal dose. Ingesting 50% of the median lethal dose could potentially kill a person, or at least cause unimaginable pain. He analyzes this fact and deduces there's a chance of 5.4 liters of a median lethal dose within the 60 kilos of water, based on his current size and weight. It should be approximately 3.9 liters. So he grabs hold of the jug to start drinking the water, but it's far too heavy for him to hoist due to his frail body. Somehow, he manages to drink it, while thinking that he has a specific reason for storing this in his mana slots. He's amazed to find that he doesn't feel full after drinking over 1 liter of the water. So he decides to completely fill his 10-liter slot to test it further. After successfully filling his slot with 10 liters of water, he releases 0.1 liters and feels quite bloated afterward. He deduces that this essentially makes him a human version of a camel that is able to store water within its body. Now that he has successfully tested it with water, he wishes to test this slot with his tonic soup. However, he still has 9.9 liters of water, and his body certainly would not be able to handle it if he discharged all of that water at once. Then, he gets a brilliant idea. He decides to release the water using the Asrahan core technique, which allows him to absorb, strengthen, and release his mana. Utilizing the amplification and discharge of this very technique, he intends to expel the water outside his body instead of inside. He focuses his entire being on expelling the water from his body, and much to his complete and utter astonishment, it actually begins to work. The next phase is to pour the water back into the jug, but when he attempts this, he is unable to maintain the technique, and the heavy jug shatters. The moment the guards hear the sound of something breaking, they burst directly into his chamber. Meanwhile, he reflects upon his experiment with the Asrahan core technique, as he had incorrectly assumed it would flow out like tap water, but only for it to erupt like a powerful water cannon. Gordon, along with several of the other guards, rushes in and demands to know if there's been a terrorist attack. He anxiously scrambles to come up with an excuse. Then he falsely claims that he shattered the jug in a fit of rage. It appears the guards have bought his fabricated excuse, and one guard even inquires if he has injured himself. He nervously replies that he has only a minor scratch on his foot. The guard turns to Gordon and orders him to lead him to room 2, and he consents to do so after treating his minor injury. While getting a piggyback ride on the back of Gordon, he considers that regardless of how terrible his excuse was, they still blindly believed it. He concludes it must be due to his status as the crown prince. Gordon sets him down on the bed and then excuses himself. He tells Gordon that he should go get some rest as well in return. Once Gordon has departed, he begins to reflect on what transpired when he was practicing the legendary Asrahan technique. He was amplifying the mana and then discharging it through his hand, but it led to a powerful outburst like a water cannon. For the time being, he decides to sleep and act more cautiously next time, because he does not want anyone to become suspicious of him. In the meantime, the Emperor receives word of how he's been harming himself with needles and recklessly consuming potent poison, which deeply enrages him, as he cannot fathom what his son is doing. The following morning, he successfully brews 10 liters of his medicine, prepared to drink all of it, but Gordon is standing right beside him, and he wishes not to take it in his presence, knowing he'll likely pass out at the very sight. So he asks Gordon to please wait outside for a moment. Gordon deadpants that he's clearly just going to consume, highlighting how much it pained him the last time he took it. He even brings up the fabricated excuse he made, falsely claiming he choked on some phlegm. Gordon voices his deep concern over the fact he's brewed so much tonic. This time, our hero creates another excuse, claiming that he is merely experimenting with something, even though he only plans to take a very small amount. since it would be impossible for him to drink it all. At that, Gordon tries to nervously laugh it off, saying indeed he can. But our hero has grown quite impatient with his incessant worrying and physically throws him out of the kitchen. Afterward, he secures the door and chugs down all 10 liters of tonic in a single gulp, storing the entire amount in his mana slots. Now, all that remains is for him to discharge. He gradually begins to release the potent tonic while proceeding with his everyday activities. His internal organs appear to be getting better as he carefully discharges the medicine into his system, which grants him several more HP points. He now possesses a total of 500 HP. He is extremely tense, yet desperate to extend his remaining lifespan. For this singular purpose, he releases the medicine into his system quite often. Meanwhile, within the bizarre organ dimension, the heart demands of the large intestine the menu for the day. He replies that they are having ephedra aconite Asura. Not only that, but they have the exact same menu for the entire day, and even for the following day as well. At that point, his system issues a warning that his organs are tired of having the ephedra aconite asurum served over and over again. He frustratingly retorts that they'll eat whatever he provides them. While he is eating his own meal, his system notifies him that he has prolonged his lifespan by 50 days. So he now has a total of 133 days left to live. He leaps to his feet in pure excitement, shocking the nearby maid. She begins to apologize profusely. He is baffled, asking himself why she is begging for forgiveness like this, when she has merely shattered a single cup. He gets his grim answer when she begs him not to whip her like before. At this, his body grows completely rigid, as he realizes with horror that this crown prince had been whipping the girl. He asks if he truly committed such an act, praying that she will deny it. She answers in the negative, which provides him a moment of relief, but then she adds that he didn't do it personally. He asks what she possibly did to warrant such a brutal punishment. She replies that she dared to spill a single drop of water on his sleeve. This forces him to think that this crown prince must have been a genuinely sadistic person. He absolutely hates this turn of events, as he sits down heavily on his bed and tells her to depart after she has cleaned up everything, which illuminates her face with relief as she leaves. He then turns back to Gordon and asks about his usual demeanor towards him and the other staff, as he has no memory of how he used to behave. Gordon attempts to soften the harsh truth, but he issues a dire warning that if he does, he will consume all of the poison right there in front of him. At that, Gordon recounts his cruel and disrespectful treatment of the servants. He is deeply frustrated after hearing all of this information. He even finally understands why the guards believed his absurd excuse about him shattering that water jug. At that moment, one more question comes to mind. Why is it that someone like Gordon is so fiercely loyal to him? He asks Gordon about this, since he doesn't seem to be afraid of him. To that, he gently responds that it is because he truly knows what type of person he could become, and he has unwavering faith in him in this regard. In a sudden flashback, it is revealed that when Rakiel was just a child, he witnessed him shielding a tiny chick from the pouring rain, while he himself was becoming completely soaked. Recalling this tender memory, his own health strengthens, envisioning Rakiel's words of thanks. To Gordon, it feels as if that bright future is already unfolding. He generously offers Gordon a delicate pastry, which the doctor accepts, albeit with some hesitation. In this very moment, he swears a silent oath to never let Gordon be executed for his death. To fulfill this vow, he must, by any means necessary, survive. Just then, a figure bursts in, slamming the door open with a resounding crash, calling out his name. This frantic servant urgently informs him of an imperial summons. The scene dramatically shifts to the grand royal palace. Here, Rakiel is seen striding towards the throne room of his father. The very instant he offers a greeting to his father, the emperor immediately perceives his newly awakened Asrahan technique. He also discerns the palpable nervousness radiating from our hero. Meanwhile, our protagonist is quite exhausted from kneeling before him and patiently waits for him to finish so he might finally stand. The emperor inquires about his life within the detached palace and whether the accommodations meet his satisfaction. To this, he provides an affirmative response. Internally, he is quite irritated by the fact that he must remain bowed. While speaking to him, the emperor then questions what he has heard about him piercing his own body with needles and ingesting dangerous poisons within his home. He makes an attempt to deny these accusations. The emperor begins a tirade about how he is tarnishing his dignity as the revered crown prince. and that if he feels he cannot shoulder the immense burden of being the heir, he could always pass it to his younger, second brother. Our hero, not anticipating this offer, politely rejects the proposition. The emperor is visibly angered by his swift refusal. However, our protagonist, on the other hand, pauses for a calculated moment, while understanding that the emperor possesses every right to revoke his status as the heir, yet he deliberately refrains from doing so. Now he grasps why the emperor framed it as a question instead, because he desires to show the world that his son chose this path to legitimize his younger brother's claim. Therefore, he sees through this cunning political gambit, but he has no intention of surrendering without a fight, no matter how physically weak he might be. The emperor, on the other hand, is so consumed by fury that he rises from his grand throne and condemns him for bringing shame upon their imperial lineage, just because he wishes to cling to the title of crown prince. Our hero scoffs at this, because he couldn't care less about the title. In truth, he has already read the entire novel, and according to its prophecy, the second prince is not nearly capable enough to manage the age of chaos that is rapidly approaching. Consequently, he will trigger the complete collapse of the imperial family and the empire. So he turns to face the emperor and declares his intentions, that he is not concerned with his own title, but with the continued prosperity of his dynasty. So he makes a proposal, grant him a single chance, to prove that he is far superior to the second prince. Then the scene transitions back to the detached palace, where Gordon is desperate to understand the reason behind the emperor's sudden summons for him. He explains the entire situation to him, while dropping the explosive news that he is now set for a fated sword duel against the second prince. This revelation makes the hugged doctor pack his belongings, so that he may depart after his master's inevitable defeat. Meanwhile, the emperor reflects on Raquel's bold words, and a deep curiosity about this new facet of his son. That is the reason he ultimately accepts his challenge. The next day, everyone of importance in the empire has assembled to behold the sword duel between the two royal brothers. The young women are all cheering for the second prince, Theodore. On the stage, our hero is found warming up for the impending duel when Theodore himself approaches him. He tells him that he does not need to go through with this. He worriedly states that he doesn't wish for him to endanger his health, because he seeks to lend legitimacy to the throne for his brother, since everyone already knows the outcome of this duel. He adds that he doesn't want his brother to make a sacrifice of himself for this singular purpose. At that, our hero is primed and ready to begin the fight, and he informs him with great arrogance that both his father and his brother misunderstand his true motives, because he holds absolutely no intention of losing today. Before the duel commences, there are whispers among the people about how strange it is for the crown prince to challenge the second prince, because the second prince has a clear advantage due to his Asrahan core in a single circle. They believe that he doesn't have any hope against the second prince. In a flashback, it is shown that our hero, who is exercising, has Gordon standing next to him, who is convinced that this duel is merely a farce. Our protagonist replies that nobody expects him to be victorious, so this is actually a benefit, as it places less pressure upon him. However, Gordon states with great uncertainty that he could possibly win. Our hero sees his expression and knows instantly that he is lying. Then he informs him that he only needs to parry 3 attacks from his brother in order to be declared the winner of the match. In the current time, Gordon prays for the ultimate safety of his master. The duel begins, and the emperor outlines the official rules. If our protagonist is able to defeat or simply endure the assaults of his brother for 5 minutes, he will be crowned the victor. Otherwise, the second prince will emerge as the winner of the match. Now, the two brothers stand facing one another, but Theodore plans to conclude this match as swiftly as possible. The moment the duel officially begins, the entire arena is left speechless as the crown prince casts his sword aside. They all wonder if he is surrendering already. Witnessing him do this, Theodore initially feels a sense of relief that he won't be forced to fight against his ailing brother. But then, he remembers that this act will bring disgrace upon him and his family. So he begins to contemplate whether he should urge his better to fight just a little bit. But when our hero raises a large shield in front of him, he finally understands. The crown prince's strategy is to withstand his weaker blows for 5 minutes rather than trying to attack him directly. He smirks at this realization, thinking he will end this fight quickly. With this determined thought in his mind, He channels the mana within his body and charges toward his brother. The Emperor analyzes his second son's powerful attack and determines that his first son will be unable to endure. The second prince even aims his attack from above so that his brother will not fall to the ground in a disgraceful manner. But to the shock and surprise of everyone, our hero deftly evades the powerful attack. Someone in the crowd comments that the second prince is benevolent enough to attack so weakly that his brother could so easily sidestep it. The second prince assaults him once more with his full power, which sends him flying, but he still manages to get back on his feet. Our hero's condition is deteriorating as his body grows weaker, but he remains utterly determined to win this duel. As he has honed his dodging skills throughout his life as a cop, he now effectively hides behind his massive shield as the second prince charges directly toward him, while absorbing the mana much better than our hero anticipated. However, our hero grins deviously at this, as something is surely brewing in his mind. On the other side, the second prince has also become fired up. He channels all his power into an attack, and after leaping high into the air, he comes crashing down directly upon our boy. But my guy effortlessly absorbs the full impact because he had already conditioned his lower body for this exact moment. Not only did he have the blacksmith customize his special shield, but he has also stored a special concoction in his mana slots for his dear little brother. His system asks how much he would like to share the discharge of that potent concoction into his body, and he replies with a devilish 0.2 liter. With that, his brother's mana-infused body is filled with the concoction, and the second prince's face flushes red from the extensive drinking, which causes him to let out a loud hiccup. Theodore is utterly bewildered about what is happening to his body. Meanwhile, Reikio recalls what he has read within the novel, that Theodore is an individual who cannot tolerate any type of alcohol. So he has added numerous types of alcohol into his slot and released it directly into his brother's body. Theodore is struggling to pull himself together to defeat his brother, but he cannot understand what has gotten inside of him. He wants to take control of the situation and earn the recognition of his powerful father, the adoring cheers of the citizens, and the title of Crown Prince. In his mind, this is the most optimal course of action for everyone involved. If he becomes the Crown Prince, for this very purpose, he must emerge victorious. With this thought burning in his mind, he charges directly toward his brother, who is amazed to see that he withstood the cocktail bomb. Then he releases another 0.1 liter cocktail bomb into his brother. The scene shifts as the second prince discovers himself within the bizarre realm of his brother's organs, where he is served a drink by the heart itself, who informs him that he was given this drink by that person. He turns to see that the person is in fact his own brother, who then raises his glass in a toast to him. Seeing this, Theodore is completely dumbfounded, as he believes he must be hallucinating, seeing his brother so intoxicated and dazed. The Crown Prince decides it is time to assist him. He is going to unleash the liquid he has stored in his mana slots at his brother with this mana. He strikes him with all of his power and sends his brother to the floor. Everyone who is present there is utterly stunned by this shocking and unexpected turn of events. Before them, witnessing the brutal fight between his sons, the Emperor instantly realizes that Reikio has utilized the legendary Asrahan core, which he had initially believed he had mistaken before. He can now distinctly feel that Asrahan core energy radiating from him, even with hundreds of onlookers surrounding them. On the other hand, when Theodore finally opens his eyes, his brother claims he has cleansed his impure mana. Theodore immediately identifies it as the Asrahan core technique and demands to know how it is possible for his sickly brother to wield it. The supposedly frail and sickly brother casually responds that he simply learned it a little bit later. Glancing over at his fallen sword, Theodore whispers that he has been defeated, prompting his victorious brother to remark that Theodore probably still doesn't believe. Then he notices the fresh blood on his brother's forehead. Our hero clarifies that he sustained the injury while protecting himself from his brother's fierce attack. Hearing this, Theodore understands his own behavior during the fight and how arrogant and overconfident he had been, while assuming victory without ever acknowledging his brother's efforts. Then our hero gets up and asks about his brother's condition. His brother misinterprets his words and conveys his profound feeling of being ashamed. However, Rakiel clarifies he was genuinely asking about his physical condition. At that, Theodore takes a deep bow before his brother, as a public acknowledgement of his skill as the crown prince, in front of everyone present. In that very instant, a system screen materializes in front of our hero, causing him to cheer that he has finally succeeded. Mistaking his gesture as a sign of victory over his brother, Gordon becomes incredibly emotional upon seeing it. Our hero's system congratulates him for healing someone other than himself, revealing that he has now unlocked a skill called requested medical treatment fees. This new skill enables him to acquire a small portion of life expectancy each and every time he provides healing to others. However, he observes that this method only adds a single day to his lifespan at a time, which dampens his mood slightly, as it's a very slow process. Still, he is more than willing to accept it, seeing it as a much more efficient way to prolong his lifespan than depending solely on acupoint techniques or special tonics. His train of thought is interrupted by his father, who questions if he used the Asrahan core during the fight, to which he openly admits that he did. He then demands to know how he managed to acquire it. He answers truthfully that he doesn't actually know, because he is unable to tell his father. He obtained it as a reward skill for healing his own body. His father, however, seems to actually believe his story, and adds that he had originally engraved this into his body when he was first born, but due to his severe illness, he was never able to use it. The Emperor adds that our hero has somehow managed to conquer the limitations of his body and utilize it regardless. Thinking his father is finally praising him, he offers him his thanks. However, his father interjects that all of this has ruined his original plan, which causes him to wonder about the hidden meaning behind his father's words. The Emperor turns his back completely to him, while reassuring his son that despite his misgivings, he acknowledges his position as the crown prince, just as he had promised. Then he pauses and warns him that he'll be watching him very closely to see if he's genuinely capable of inheriting the throne. All of this makes our hero quite angry. But the Emperor is also annoyed by his lack of a proper response and yells at him to show some kind of reaction. Instead of replying to him directly, the Crown Prince begins, advising his father that he should continue to practice sword fighting since his muscles are becoming increasingly stiff. He adds that he should eat a lot more vegetables and finally quit his tobacco smoking habit. The Emperor demands to know who his son is to give him advice like this, but our hero sincerely responds that he is only saying these things out of deep concern for his father. A short while later, the Emperor is seen riding in his carriage while scoffing as he thinks about the dramatic change in his son's recent behavior. It appears that he is also worried about his son using the Asrahan core technique so recklessly, which could severely endanger his health. He reflects on the incredibly high expectations he's always had for him, even with him being sick. But now, after today's shocking events, he finds himself clinging to a newfound glimmer of hope for his son's future. Meanwhile, on his journey back home, our hero is thinking about his own father from long ago, who passed away from a sudden heart attack, since he skipped his studies in order to play, when he got the call about this terrible news. He regrets his actions now, but it is far, far too late. Thinking about the Emperor, who might still have a chance, he resolves to also protect his father while utilizing his skill, which will also serve to extend his own lifespan. At that moment, Gordon materializes once again. His face is a mask of emotion, while requesting his master to ask him why he's weeping. Feeling awkward, he asks him the question anyway. Gordon conveys his immense pride in his master for winning the duel, no matter how challenging it might have been. He dismisses Gordon's concern while adding that he will now get some rest, as he has many tasks to do on the morrow. To sense his doctor's confusion, he explains that he must meet a certain individual the next day. Later, Gordon is seen in the company of a man at one of the top 10 eateries in the capital, known as Sorrentino. The man asks if he's aware of this restaurant. He replies that he is a frequent customer there. It is revealed that the man is none other than our own crown prince, who has donned a disguise. When the waiter arrives to take his order, he makes a very peculiar request, like asking for grape wine that has no grapes, and stating he desires to eat until the sun rises. It seems that this must be some sort of secret code, because the moment he places the order, the waiter instructs him to come along with him. The both of them rise up from their seats, While Gordon looks utterly bewildered by what has transpired, our hero tells Gordon to follow the waiter closely, saying that he will understand everything soon enough. After a few moments, the waiter guides them to a hidden staircase. Gordon remains confused as to how the Crown Prince is aware of the existence of this place. He himself only knows of it because he has read about it in a novel. Gordon asks why they have come here. He cryptically replies that he is here to collect some treatment fees, leaving his loyal doctor baffled by his strange words. Changing the subject, he asks Gordon if he knows of someone named Damien, to which Gordon gives a negative response. Instead of providing a further explanation to his loyal doctor, he pushes open the door at the bottom of the stairs. There, they discover a hidden battle arena where two fighters are clashing, as the raucous crowd cheers them onward. Gordon inquires once more about this mysterious place. He happily responds that it is a clandestine location. Then, scanning the area, he locates a tough-looking man in the ring. Gordon asks if this is the Damien person he had mentioned before. To this, he gives a negative reply. Just then, the door on the opposite side creaks open, unveiling the true main protagonist of the novel he was reading. In this world, this individual is Damien Kind. Everyone begins cheering loudly for Damien the moment he enters the Colosseum. The host instructs the tough-looking man to vacate the premises. Then he introduces Damien, who is set to fight in the main event of the evening. He is only 17 years old when he joined the world of the underworld and defeated all challengers over the next 3 months, which earned him the legendary title of the Sword Genius. They then allow Damien's next opponent to enter the arena, which is a massive, roaring troll charging straight toward him. Our hero, who has been observing this spectacle, is also terrified to witness a real-life troll. There, Gordon protests in outrage as well, because he believes that they intend to feed a human being to the troll. Meanwhile, on the floor below, the berserk troll is enraged and attempts to attack him, but Damien fluidly evades its every powerful attack. Damien, who is staring intently at the monstrous beast, draws his sword, and with a single, lightning-fast motion, he cleaves it clean in two. The spectators watching this display are in total awe of what he has just done. Meanwhile, our hero thinks that this young man is more infamous than he had imagined. Then he realizes this is to be expected from someone who is the protagonist of the novel, a true sword genius, known as the rival to the Grandmaster Swordsman in all of history. He then instructs Gordon to follow him and proceeds ahead. After a short while, they are halted by a burly man who warns them not to go any further. But the moment our crown prince places a brick of gold in his hand, the man permits them to enter inside. They're seated, as someone from whom our hero tries his best not to appear afraid. He confidently displays his bottle of painkillers in his hand and asks if he plans to take these cheap painkillers again. Damien then demands to know the reason he has come here, or if he is here simply to sell some medicine to him. He answers cryptically that it is something similar to that. Damien, on the other hand, tries to dismiss our hero by saying that he has had enough of them. Our protagonist confidently states that these cheap medicines are completely useless when it comes to healing the constant, throbbing agony in the back of his head. Now, he has captured his full attention, and he begins to describe the type of pain that he has, in which the symptoms typically originate from. The back portion of his head and the area around his neck and head feels stiff and intensely itchy. He asks if his shoulders and neck also feel numb. Our hero detects the suspicious expression in his eyes. For him, as he knows these intimate things about Damien, he explains his condition in more detail, while adding that he feels immense pain on the sides of his head and directly between his eyes. Not only this, he feels goosebumps all over his body and his eyes nearly pop out. Our hero is also acting out all of these symptoms while describing all of his terrible conditions, while Damien stares at him with great intensity. Our hero continues with his dramatic performance while trying to convince him that instead of addressing the root cause of his problem, he is simply relying on common painkillers, which are not a standard method of treatment. Damien is annoyed by him and briefly considers killing him. In the end, he tells Damien to use his mouth to say something, which irritates him because Damien thinks that he is the one who is not allowing him to say anything anyway. Damien demands to know the identity of our hero, who jokingly tells him the truth, that he is the crown prince, which only irritates Damien further. To convince him, he lies that he was sent there by Kuzman, who is a sort of sponsor and owner for Damien. He adds that Kuzman is deeply worried about Damien, and lately, they don't have a proper supply of ingredients. Because of the current season, Damien doesn't understand a thing. Our hero is babbling and asks for the meaning behind his words. Our protagonist explains that he has discovered a new method to ease his pain. Damien asks if it is some kind of new medicine. Our hero replies that this issue cannot be healed with that medicine, so there's a clear need to eradicate the source of his pain. He requests that he remove his shirt and lie down, so that he can explain the intricate process of healing him. Damien does exactly what he's been told. His entire back is covered with scars. Our hero jokingly asks if he is now afraid, but he gives a negative reply while clearly irritated, adding that he is a warrior who has injured people and vice versa, which silences him. He then scoops up a chunk of moxibustion and asks if this is his first time seeing something like this. Our hero places the moxibustion onto his back. Then he ignites the substance directly on his back, while Damien casually remarks that such a simple treatment does not frighten a warrior like him. However, after just a few moments, he is trembling uncontrollably from the pain, which makes our hero joke about it. He sincerely hopes that he can endure the agony. He thinks about this young man who has a curse mark on his back, which is the true reason he cannot leave the underworld. Every time he goes into a fight, he feels an immense pain. To manage this pain, he began to take copious amounts of painkillers. He borrows and then must have another fight to pay off his debt. This is the tragic life of the protagonist of this story. He curses Kuzman for forcing this cruel cycle upon Damien. He now attempts to smear the mark on his back. With this process, he happily thinks that if he is able to cure Damien, he will not only prolong his own lifespan, but will also secure his powerful support. He decides he will treat the other gladiators afterward. After the treatment has been completed, he tells him to get up. He looks intently at the mark on his back, which he has now successfully cauterized. He then asks about what he is currently feeling at this moment, with an expression of utter disbelief. Damien expresses that he feels incredibly refreshed, something he has not felt in a very long time. Our hero explains that he will require more sessions of this treatment. During this period, he must avoid touching the blisters on his back, oily foods, and overexerting his body. He is taken aback by the final demand. Our hero clarifies that he should not be fighting, which is met with a protest, as it is not something Kuzman will permit. At that, he consoles him by saying that he will handle that particular matter. Now Damien understands that our hero is not who he is claimed to be, and demands to know his real identity. With a look of complete bafflement, our hero proudly informs him that he is the crown prince, but Damien still does not believe him, and he remarks that he must possess a reason for concealing his true identity. Our protagonist decides to abandon this particular matter and instructs Damien to do whatever he has told him to do. Furthermore, he sternly tells him not to go to the Colosseum, regardless of what is happening there, as it is a much safer place for him. In the end, he adds that this is their only way to meet one another. Upon hearing this news, Damien's face turns bright red, and he eagerly agrees with him. On the way back, there are hundreds of questions Gordon has about this illegal establishment, but he asks him to help him to locate something. When asked what it is, he tells Gordon to search for a man with black hair, a ponytail, and narrow, slitted eyes. After searching in some places, he finally locates him inside a bar. He sits down in front of him and gets directly to the point, stating that he needs to purchase Damien. So he should tell him about his total accumulated debt, as well as the full cost of breaking the contract. At that, Kuzman demands a staggering 9 trillion mega, which could only be paid by someone as wealthy as the Crown Prince. Our hero explains that he is, in fact, the Crown Prince. That man begins to laugh loudly at his expense, and tells him that if Rakiel is truly a Crown Prince, then he is also the one with the name of the Crown Prince that has been selling his medicine. Then he tells him to get lost if he does not want to buy medicine. When our protagonist leaves, he summons a henchman and asks him to investigate our hero, to discover his true identity. He even asks him to torture him however he desires, in order to extract that vital information. After 1 hour, the same man he sent to torture our crown prince is thrown down right in front of him, bleeding profusely and badly injured. He is shocked to see him and demands who has done this to him. Then he sees the royal guards standing before him, who announce that the secret royal inspector is in their presence. Then our hero removes his wig and presents him with a royal badge. It was 1 hour prior that Gordon and our hero were going somewhere, while knowing that they were being tailed by Kuzman's man. He instructs Gordon to act as normal, so the follower will not suspect that they know he is there. He knows it is unavoidable that Kuzmin would send someone after him, which is precisely why he approached him in the first place. The very next moment, when the stalker turns, he collides directly with the royal inspector. The royal guards have now accused this stalker of attempting to assassinate the crown prince. Now they stand defiantly before Kuzmin. Our hero has returned the royal badge to the secret royal inspector, while Kuzmin struggles to comprehend the unfolding situation. But before he is able to react, our hero commands his royal guards to raid the entire place, especially to capture Kuzmin himself. With his order, everyone surges forward to subjugate the establishment. Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Gordon thinks that the crown prince has truly and completely changed. Now he is worried about his country's overall security, which is why he's raiding these underground organizations. On the other hand, the crown prince seems more than pleased to see the people around him. If they happen to get injured, then he will have a chance to heal them. He'll have a perfect opportunity to extend his own lifespan. Meanwhile, Kuzmin is hiding in a dark corner. While contemplating the terrible situation, he wonders about the crown prince's sudden interest in buying Damien. While he is attempting to make his escape, as he sprints toward the main gate, he decides to remain hidden until things have cooled down. But the moment he pushes open the door, he finds himself at the point of several sharp swords. Meanwhile, our hero makes a small bet with his doctor that he will emerge from this very gate. And now he demands 500 Megan from the poor, loyal doctor. He then steps forward and starts to babble about how crucial it is to pay for one's medicine. When Kuzmin finally yells at him, while asking what kind of crazy shit he is now talking about, he clarifies that he comes here with good intentions and extends to him a generous proposition. But the fool is the one who scornfully casts it away. Consumed by rage at this insult, he lunges forward to strike, but his face is met by the unyielding iron fist of a royal guard. The next instant, he is warned to remain on the ground. Seeing no viable path for escape, he decides to employ the poison capsule bomb hidden in his mouth. He would spit it out after a 5-second countdown. His plan was to expel the capsule in such a way that everyone in the immediate area would become paralyzed once they were exposed to the vile capsule's contents. Then he would flee and assassinate the crown prince. He was thrilled with his seemingly flawless strategy. He is on the verge of spitting the capsule, counting down from 5 to 1. But just before he can release the poison, Rakiel slams his mouth shut with an iron-like palm. Kuzmin realizes, with dawning horror, that he knows his every move. The timer for the deadly bomb to detonate has run out, and it explodes violently inside his mouth. The dreadful paralysis process immediately begins, and he must consume the antidote as quickly as possible. With shaking, desperate hands, he tries to retrieve it from his pocket. But our hero, who read the novel and knows his every secret, snatches the antidote directly from his hand and coolly asks if he wishes to know his source of information. To the absolute terror of this lowly goon, our hero drinks the precious antidote before him while taunting him, as he emphasizes that he will never tell him about it. To mock him even further, he remarks on the antidote's bitter flavor. While Kuzmin is completely desperate to acquire the antidote, our hero nonchalantly tosses it onto his own back. He implies that he has no intention of giving him the antidote, since Rakiel was the one who poisoned him in the first place. He plans to do this in order to use his medical treatment skills to extend his lifespan, as he now has the antidote in his mana slots. Now, just below the 5th thoracic vertebrae, he presses down about 1.5 inches on both sides, stimulating the heart transporter pressure points. With that, Kuzmin violently throws up all of the poison. Then he discharges the antidote inside of him and waits for it to take effect. After only a few seconds, he finally loses consciousness, as our hero has successfully healed him. As a reward for his efforts, his life is extended by 118 days. He then commands his guards to arrest them all. Now he's going to achieve his primary goal for coming here. The scene transitions to the gladiators, with Damien as their leader, who are battling the guards and have succeeded in injuring many. At this precise moment, Rakiel makes a grand appearance before him, and he recognizes him in an instant. The scene dissolves into a dreamlike state, in which a much younger Damien is shown before his deceased mother. He knows that he is dreaming of that fateful day he was left all alone. At this moment, a voice tells him to awaken, and he opens his eyes, finding himself before Gordon, who properly introduces himself. And Damien also tells him his own name while shaking his hand. Our crown prince interrupts their formal introduction and commands both of them to follow his lead. as they have many important things to do afterward. They soon arrive at a mock Sebastian clinic. They discover the other gladiators are there as well. Damien asks about the nature of this place and where they are. He answers that it is a new treatment clinic. Another one of the gladiators expresses his wonder as to why he is being so kind to them, as he not only sheltered them all within his palace, while freeing them from the dark underworld, but is now also going to personally treat them. He thinks to himself while looking at them that his primary reason for treating these gladiators is to release them from their horrible curse marks. While accomplishing this, he can extend his own lifespan, as most of them are young men, which helps to greatly boost his own remaining lifespan. He starts by saying that he is not doing this out of simple goodwill, because it is widely known that he himself is a very sick person. One of them chimes in that everyone in the entire kingdom knows this, and our hero silently vows in his mind that this person will receive the most painful treatment of all. He continues, stating that since the doctors failed to discover a cure for him, he is now taking matters into his own hands. Then he turns his attention back to Damien and asks whether he grasps what he is trying to explain. Damien responds that they are here to be his test subjects, which he confirms. Everyone is quite alarmed to hear this, but our hero counters this by questioning Damien what he felt after his last treatment session. Damien answers that he felt a great relief from his nerve pain. Upon hearing this, the others all feel a sense of relief. If Damien is providing testimony in the Crown Prince's favor, then he asks everyone if they feel uneasy about receiving treatment. When no one responds, he commands them all to remove their shirts and to lie down upon the beds. After 6 long days, every single gladiator is shown in the worst possible condition. They are constantly vomiting and breaking out in terrible cold sweats due to no longer taking their painkillers. Our hero is quite anxious to see the results of his treatment. He turns to Damien and asks if he is feeling dizzy or throwing up. Damien replies that he is, but he is managing to hold up for now. He understands that Damien is a special exception because he is the protagonist of the novel for a very good reason. He then dismisses everyone back to their accommodations, but instructs a man named Sergio to remain behind. He comments on his terrible condition due to his withdrawal symptoms, but Sergio attempts to say that he is completely fine. Then he presents him with a needle, stating that he is going to help him out with it. Meanwhile, he is privately thinking that he's unsure if the acupressure treatment will be effective on Sergio or not. But Sergio is the one who has been consuming the painkiller for the longest time, so he must serve as the test subject for this. He considers targeting his running point located near his stomach. While he's contemplating all of this, Sergio suddenly rises from his place, looking terrifyingly powerful in his current form. He then leaps upon our hero and seizes his throat with both hands. Rachiel is finding it increasingly difficult to breathe, but Damien arrives at the perfect time and knocks Sergio away from him, extending his hand to help him to his feet. He asks about his well-being, to which Rachiel gives a positive answer. He looks at the now unconscious form of Sergio and deduces that because of his incredibly severe withdrawal symptoms, he is extremely sensitive to any minor stimulation. This is the reason why a small needle will hurt him like a sword. To solve this difficult problem, he requires much thinner needles. After a short while, he is seen in his study, reading a letter from a local blacksmith. To quickly summarize the letter, the blacksmith apologizes to him for being unable to create multiple thin needles that are as fine as a strand of thread. The letter adds that only a master dwarf artisan could accomplish such a feat. At this very moment, he receives a notification from his system, warning him that he is stressing far too much, which could result in a nervous illness. His personified organs are trying to cool down his heart while attempting to give him a subtle hint. Seeing him so lost, his system reminds him that he can summon a monster or unlock a new skill by spending his accumulated HP points. He then chooses the summon gacha option for the price of 300 HP. While confirming this important purchase, he prays that he will get a good summon. His system instructs him to verbalize the specific traits he desires his summon to have. He demands a creature that is able to provide him with many needles of a completely uniform thickness. After it records his special request, his system presents him with 3 options with very bizarre names, like a happy summon that oinks, iron that discharges, and a cactus that discharges. Then his system informs him that one of these summons has a 100% chance of being able to meet his demand. One has a 50% chance, and one has a 0% chance. Upon reading this, he realizes that this summon is a kind of gamble. So he deeply contemplates which summon he should choose. After thinking about it for a long while, when he still cannot make a decision, his heart frustratingly tells him to pick the cactus, and he agrees. While his powerful system prepares his gift, he pleads to the gods for the correct summon. Then, a very adorable porcupine is dropped gently onto his palm. Now his system is informing him about the traits of his new summon. He can change its size by feeding it either red sunflower seeds, which will make it grow huge, or the blue seeds, which will shrink it back to its original tiny size. Its name is Ghost Swarm, and it possesses the skill of creating an infinite number of thorns and attacking its foes with them. He politely requests of his summon 3 separate thorns, each of them a different color, and it provides them to him. He examines the white and the brown ones. The white one has a very mild pain effect, so he decides he will use it to treat the gladiators. However, he's a little bit wary of the black one, as it has a higher pain level. He doesn't even test it, and decides to try it on someone else later. Then he proceeds to his clinic, heating up the new needle. Seeing him, Gordon asks about his summon, and he introduces it to him. At that moment, he invents a quick story and tells Gordon to ask for the remaining details from the summon itself, then leaves the area. Gordon is completely baffled by the situation, as he identifies this creature as a legendary summon monster. According to ancient legends, there was a legendary builder approximately 300 years ago who had summoned powerful monsters as his aid. They are known to be very rare and incredibly mysterious creatures, and Gordon cannot understand how his master acquired one. Now, he realizes there is something about his master that he does not know. Inside of the clinic, Sergio apologizes to our hero for the incident from yesterday. He simply shrugs off the sincere apology, while telling him that he will now no longer feel any pain, as he has already pierced many needles deep into his body. He is astonished to hear that, because Sergio doesn't appear to have felt anything. He then shows him his arm, where he performed the acupuncture treatment. Afterward, he has been performing this treatment on everyone to get the rewards from treating Damien and the other gladiators. His life expectancy has increased by a total of 171 days. Not only that, but he has also leveled up his skill due to using on a much larger number of people. This new information makes him incredibly happy, as is quite clear from his body language. Seeing him so happy, Damien doesn't grasp his true motivations, as he wonders why the Crown Prince is so ecstatic to see them recover. Now that Recap has finished with their treatment, he decides to formulate another plan for them. The scene transitions to the Emperor, who is receiving a new report about his son. He is informed that the Crown Prince has 14 gladiators as his personal bodyguards, who are now officially recognized as royal guards. He is giving them generous salaries and other benefits for their work. At that, the Emperor begins to laugh at his son's expense, who is supposed to be resting in bed. But instead, he is assembling a private squad. However, the next piece of information tenses him up, as he is then told that the Crown Prince has a new habit of inviting every servant and guard to his side and poking them all with needles. The Crown Prince is seen playing doctor with numerous servants. He asks one of them whether the needles he is inserting into his body are hurting, and he receives a negative response, despite the guard's expression saying the exact opposite. Then he announces that he is ready for his next patient. A few days ago, Damien is seen before a Crown Prince, who asks about his feelings during the moxibustion treatment. Damien replies that it still hurts him a little bit. At that, the Crown Prince gives him some excellent news, that he no longer requires the treatment, as he is now completely cured, which leaves him utterly confused. He then thanks the Crown Prince, but is met with a protest from the Crown Prince. Recap asks him to please hear him out first. The Crown Prince has a special proposal for him, as he desires Damien's sword skills on his side, because he does not want his incredible skills to go to waste. Then he offers him a position as his personal bodyguard, with a very smart salary and many other benefits, instead of depending on emotional things like loyalty and friendship. He knows that Damien will continue to advance in his sword skills, and will soon reach the legendary sword master syndrome, where someone becomes extremely sensitive and endures even more immense pain than he had experienced before with the dreaded curse seal. So he wants Damien to remain close by when that occurs. So he is offering him this job as an excuse to keep him by his side. He adds many other wonderful perks to the job contract, but when Damien still does not respond, He offers him a 4-day work week, which prompts a loud cheer from everyone standing behind Damien. Upon hearing all of his job perks, everyone offers for him to hire them as well, under the pretense that it is their way of repaying their great debt. By protecting him, he dryly comments that they want to do it because of his salary and the other benefits that come with the job, and they sincerely agree that this is indeed the case. He is glad to see their brutal honesty, as he thought that people who claim to be loyal often harbor grudges. So he reflects on this matter and decides to hire all of them, as the original royal guards were completely loyal to his father. So it will be much better to have his own private squad. He then bestows upon them the name of SRG, and they are quite happy about it. He turns away from them and thinks with a heavy sigh that his lifespan still doesn't last for much longer, as he only has a mere 18 days remaining, besides having a very frail and weak body, which is unable to search for additional patients. After a while, he is seen inside his study room, where he informs Damien and Gordon that he is going to establish a clinic within his palace. At that, Gordon startles him by saying that his cause is noble, to start a clinic because he wants to help sick people. He completely agrees with him and informs him that he wishes to treat the people living inside the side palace, because he does not believe that common citizens living outside the palace will feel comfortable visiting. Gordon also agrees with his assessment. So he explains that he requires this because in this way, the word of mouth will serve as a form of advertising for his clinic. So people will come to his side palace's traditional medicine clinic to receive his specialized treatment. Now, in the present, he is frustrated to know that everyone here is quite healthy, and after treating 500 people so far, he has only been given a 2-day bonus to his life. With his immense frustration, he exclaims that he needs a very sick person. Suddenly, he stops as a brilliant idea strikes him. He orders Gordon to gather data about the families of the servants that he has here in his palace. He is certain there must be some sick person among their families. He is quite frustrated to see that they all appear to be healthy, as only 10 pages of data now remain. He doesn't have much hope left, but he still keeps on checking. He is then interrupted by Damien, who expresses his great disappointment with the Crown Prince. He is utterly baffled to hear him say this. Damien asks further if he views patience as a mere tool. Damien adds that he is able to understand that he requires patience for his important research. But now it appears that he is searching for someone on their deathbed. At that, Gordon tries to defend his master, as he must have some grand plan. However, the Crown Prince corrects his loyal doctor, stating that Damien is correct about his dark assumption. Damien protests, saying that he was rude in his words towards Gordon, while Gordon tries to defend the Crown Prince by stating that Damien is being rude to him. Seeing this, the Crown Prince kicks both of them out of his room and checks the remaining 10 pages of data. A single page manages to catch his attention. Someone has written in this questionnaire about an 8-year-old boy whose entire body begins to tremble and foam at the mouth once or twice every single week. The doctor, as well as the cleric, checked him, but it was of no use. Upon reading this, he is quite happy to have at last found what he was looking for. The very next day, he gets to meet the young boy, who is a little bit scared to see him. He approaches him much closer and greets him by telling him that he can call him Reikyu. He understands that this is George's first time ever visiting the palace and meeting the esteemed Crown Prince. So he needs to make him feel as comfortable as possible. He then shows him a piece of candy, which brightens the young boy's face. But instead of taking it, his expression quickly turns sour. The boy tells him that he is not allowed to touch the Crown Prince. When asked why, he answers that it is because he is cursed. He adds that this is the reason why he is bullied by other children and is often called weird. Upon hearing this, Reikyu tries to encourage the child by saying that isn't the case. The boy explains that when the kids were teasing him yesterday, he tried to defend himself, but he ultimately lost. Afterward, everything around him became dark, and he immediately started to tremble, while feeling as if someone had thrown him to the ground. When he awoke, he felt incredibly weak. At that, the Crown Prince suddenly embraces him, saying that he is brave for having to endure all of this. With tears welling in his eyes, George replies that he shouldn't touch him because of the evil spirit that now resides within him. In that very moment, the Crown Prince begins his diagnosis. His system informs him that this person is completely healthy, besides some symptoms of seizures caused by irregular brain waves. He diagnoses George with a condition known as epilepsy, but the problem is that he doesn't know the root cause behind the irregular brainwaves. He tells George that he is not strange. To sense his disbelief, Rakiel happily tells him that he is the crown prince, and he is always correct. Now he is struck with what to do next, as he doesn't know the cause of the irregular brainwaves, and he doesn't have any of the proper tools to detect, like an MRI machine. Suddenly, George calls out directly to him, and he tenses to see that George is currently having a seizure. He immediately lays him down, despite the protestations of Gordon, who wants him to stay far away from the boy. Damien also raises his sword upon seeing their reactions. He shouts loudly at them, while telling them that George is just sick and requires care, as he is in immense pain right now. He orders them to bring him a pillow. Afterward, he lays George on the pillow, and everyone looks at him. Gordon offers to wipe away the foam from his mouth. He answers that he is not in his right state of mind, as George might accidentally swallow the hand towel. They can't do anything at the moment until the seizure is over. Suddenly, he notices mana emanating from George. He understands that this is because of his Asrahan core technique, which is highly sensitive to the flow of mana. He then decides to use this very technique to detect the cause of the epilepsy. He then searches for the root cause inside the flow of mana. He checks all of the nerves, but can't find anything unusual, though he is quickly getting tired. Afterward, he is standing before George's heart and rushes towards it. Finally, he catches the true source of the irregular brain waves, which are occurring in the vagus nerve. He then orders his subordinates to bring him a warm blanket to cover George up. He also instructs them not to awaken him. In the process, he, who also overexerted himself during the diagnosis, falls down. The people around him are worried to see his poor condition, but he feels a sense of relief in having found the cause of George's illness, before finally losing consciousness. After a few hours, he wakes up with a very heavy head. He assumes that his Asrahan core was activated to its maximum when he was fast asleep. At this moment, he is startled by Damien's sudden presence, who informs him that he has been sleeping for half a day. He asks about George, and is told that George has woken up, but is now feeling very tired while getting up from his bed. He thinks about how the diagnosis he performed was a complete success through his Asrahan core technique. Now, he can begin George's treatment by stimulating the vagus nerve, as he is putting on his warm coat. Damien asks with surprise where he is going in the middle of the night. He answers with a truly maniacal expression that he is going to be struck by powerful lightning. After a while, he, along with Damien, is seen before the main palace. The guards are completely shocked to see him there. He asks the guards to escort them to Sir Zenithus' room. They head forward to reach Sir Zenithus' room, who is the powerful palace mage. He is astonished to see them there in the dead of night, and asks about their purpose for being there. The crown prince then playfully asks the mage to strike his back with his lightning magic, which leaves the poor, old mage totally baffled. The mage recalls yesterday when he had visited the emperor, who was telling him how the crown prince has been acting differently, and strangely in the most recent days. He says while wearing a large smile that he is worried about what his son might do next. Seeing his expression, the mage thinks with some annoyance that the emperor has also become a great fool when it comes to his son. In the present time, the boy is shaking the annoyed mage furiously, while asking him to hit him with some lightning. The mage thinks about how insane the crown prince has become. He protests to the prince that he cannot do it, as it might kill him, which would make him solely accountable for his death. The crown prince explains that he doesn't need to go that far. He just requires a bit of electric stimulation for 3 straight hours. The mage is equally annoyed by this brand new demand. Lightning magic possesses destructive capabilities, but the prince wants him to minimize it and maintain control of it for 3 hours, which requires immense and precise control. He asks the prince if he has any idea that his request is quite difficult. The crown prince answers that he completely understands, which is the reason why he came directly to him, because no one else could possibly achieve such a feat besides him. Hearing this compliment, the mage is half ready to fulfill his demand, but he is still hesitant, wondering what if he accidentally hurts him. The crown prince consoles him by saying that he guarantees if something bad happens to him, the mage won't be held accountable for his death, while pointing to the guards who will bear witness to it. He further explains that he is doing this in order to save someone. The mage then agrees to his demand and asks when they can begin. The crown prince replies that they need to do it right now. Then he sits down before the mage, who asks if he is now ready. He nods his head while secretly thinking, that He would never dare test such a dangerous treatment on an innocent child, so it is better to first experiment on himself. When the mage begins to hit him with a precise amount of electricity, the Crown Prince is going to convert the powerful electric currents into electrodes. Then he will transform them into electrical signals, and he intends to use them to correct the irregular signals. In George's vagus nerve in the end, he will be able to control those signals. While analyzing his plan, he is in awe of the Asrahan core technique, which makes it possible for him to be successful in a single try. He requests that the mage stop, who teasingly tells him that he could do this all day long. The following day, many people who are known as gossip mongers are seen gathered in front of his room. One of them cautiously opens the door, and now everyone is standing before George and his doctor. The Crown Prince, Recap, shows George a single needle and honestly tells him that it's going to hurt just a little bit, as it is a real medical procedure. He then reassures him that it will not hurt very much, since he has already pierced one needle directly into his neck, and George didn't even seem to realize it. He adds that what is coming next, however, will most definitely hurt. Then the mage hits Recap with electric magic, and he gathers all of the electricity inside his heart. Gordon feels as if he is about to faint from witnessing his master's terrible condition. But our hero's focus remains on the gossip mongers in the room, as he is now hoping that they will spread the word about his new method of treatment everywhere. After receiving the electric current, it is now time for him to transfer it into George. However, he suddenly tenses up when he detects that George's flow of mana is becoming erratic. With dread, he realizes that George is about to have another seizure, so he must correct his nerve before it can happen. George asks how much longer he will have to stay like this. He replies that he has only about 3 minutes, or if things go south, perhaps just 1 minute. But overall, the entire procedure will take 30 minutes. For a moment, he considers pausing the dangerous treatment, but he decides against it for a number of reasons. Because the gossip mongers present there could fuel strange rumors, and the uncertainty of how much longer the mage will continue to offer his help. He finally resolves to proceed and turns back to the mage, asking him to increase the power level of the magic 3 times. The mage warns him that it will hurt much more, but he simply brushes off his concern. However, this time he is truly struck by the light. Yet, he focuses on the critical task at hand. He needs to quickly absorb the mana in order to complete the procedure as quickly as possible. He searches for the karate to place the electrode, while knowing that only 5 seconds remain before the seizure will finally start. Finally, when it seems like George is about to have a seizure, he instead turns normal and looks up at the Crown Prince. Everyone, especially George's older sister, is amazed to see that the expected seizure does not happen. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince is quietly exhausted from the constant and painful electric stimulation. However, his system congratulates him for successfully performing the delicate vagus nerve operation. He receives a 3-day life bonus as his reward. Not only that, his Asrahan core technique levels up by surpassing his body's known limit, now reaching level 2 in a brand new single circle, which also dramatically increases his mana circle. He further gets a notification that his lungs and large intestine have absorbed metal energy and gained immunity over wood magic. To use this wood energy, his new personified organ, the liver, awakens, bursts into the realm of his organs. The large intestine rejoices, believing it is no longer the newest member, but instead of a warm welcome. The liver delivers a shocking, powerful slap to the large intestine and deadpans that it should never treat him like a newcomer, unless it harbors some kind of death wish. The next moment, it bestows upon our hero a surge of 300 HP. Our hero's other organs also grant a massive 500 HP in celebration of welcoming their new powerful counterpart. Not only that, it appears his organs are absolutely overjoyed as he receives an additional bonus of 300 HP because his organs are now throwing a birthday party for the liver. He is absolutely delighted to gain all of these incredible achievements and this extra HP in a single day. He wonders if there is anything more, but his system gives him a negative response. At this moment, George speaks to him, asking if he is some kind of weirdo. The young child explains that usually when he feels strange, he completely loses control, but that did not happen this time. To that, Recap explains that it will not happen from this day forward, as he will no longer suffer from any kind of seizure. He even promises this, staking his claim on his crown prince title. Hearing all of this powerful declaration, George's sister, standing within the crowd, becomes incredibly emotional. George turns to face her and embraces her lovingly. Rakiel announces to everyone that it was a completely successful operation, which makes them all feel emotional as well. He hopes that these people will now spread the news of George's treatment everywhere, so that soon he will face a massive swarm of patients, which will result in a huge bonus to his life. Suddenly, his vision begins to blur, and he finally loses consciousness because of the immense stress his body has just endured. At night, he awakens and sees Gordon, the palace mage, and Damien all standing vigil before him. He jokingly asks if they don't have any other work to do, besides watching him as he sleeps. Gordon states with a sorrowful expression that this is now the case with him, because Rakiel has been sound asleep for 2 full days, which leaves him utterly baffled. The mage also interjects, while accusing him of secretly intending to have him executed. He further asks with a terrified expression that how he is going to possibly explain to the Emperor about the Crown Prince's dire condition, which happened because of the lightning magic he used on it. Our hero nervously offers his apologies to all of them. Then he immediately inquires about George. And at that very moment, George appears inside his room. He explains that he had to nag Gordon to allow him in here. Then he gives him a lovingly handmade wooden lock. Seeing his genuine effort, our hero feels a pang of shame because he did not help George out of pure goodwill, but rather to extend his own fragile life. He makes an attempt to say something, but George quickly interrupts him, proclaiming that he wants to help other people, just like Rakiel. This earnest declaration leaves him completely and utterly stunned. He then gives a compliment on his beautiful necklace and states that seeing George so healthy is the greatest reward for him. Then he dismisses everyone, saying that he wishes to rest a little bit more. So everyone departs from the room, while George bids him a fond goodbye. When everyone has finally left, he looks at the necklace with annoyance, while wondering who in their right mind would wear something so plain. However, as he drifts off to sleep, as if in defiance of his own previous statement, he finds himself wearing the very same necklace. The scene transitions to the humble house of a commoner. A mother asks her son about his reason for being there, as he should be at his job. The boy enters while greeting his parents, and tells them that he is on a special leave from the Crown Prince. It seems that he is a part of the group of gossip mongers, and the Crown Prince has granted him leave to spread the news about his very strange new method of treatment. Afterward, the boy informs his parents about how he and the others were given a special 5-day leave from work. He also mentions that the Crown Prince is doing very strange things, like desperately wanting to treat people. Then he presents them with a piece of paper. It is a type of promotional pamphlet in which the Crown Prince announces the grand opening of his medicine clinic inside his own side palace, and offers all various kinds of treatment completely free of charge. Meanwhile, back in his palace, our hero is excited to behold the result of the spreading rumor. Gordon interrupts him, saying that it is now time to be on their way. Gordon comments that he has woken up very early today. He replies that it is because this is his first official day at the clinic. Gordon informs him that he has already stocked all of the medicine, including the licorice, which is incredibly difficult to acquire. At that, our hero praises him while adding that he needs the licorice for many things, so he instructs him to stock as much as he can. Gordon gives a firm nod, while voicing his wonder about where the Crown Prince learned things like creating potions and his acupressure treatments. He adds that he desires to know, because he is also a doctor. In the end, he expresses that he has sacrificed many sleepless nights, researching the very basis of the methods the Crown Prince is using, but he has not been able to find any clues, which deeply upsets him as a fellow doctor. Rakiel also understands Gordon's deep frustration over not knowing these new things. He then reveals that he is from an entirely different world, where he used to run a traditional medicine clinic, which is the reason why he knows all of these things. But Gordon doesn't believe him and insists that he tell him the truth. Rakiel insists that he is telling the absolute truth, and asks why Gordon is so incredibly persistent in knowing the truth. Gordon replies with a look of fierce determination that he desires the satisfaction of becoming a better doctor, just like Rakiel. In response, our hero tells him that he is already doing so, and then orders him to lead the way. As Gordon begins to walk away, Rakiel reflects that Gordon is the very reason he has come this far, and his thoughts shift back to his new medical clinic, and he prays that there will be a large number of patients. He worries that the immense stress will give him PTSD. He throws the door open, ready to welcome the patients with a cheer. At first, his face turns pale, seeing no patients at all inside the hall. But then Gordon motions for him to look down below, and he is shocked to see tons of people standing just outside, all trying to make their way inside. After a while, he is busy diagnosing a patient when his servant asks about his next work assignment. He instructs him to go check on the other waiting patients to see if any of them need immediate help next. He turns to the maid, who isn't preparing the medicine correctly. He knows that his new nursing system is not yet up to par, and that it will require some time to properly settle down. After seeing a number of patients, he acquires enough experience to level up his pulse reading skill. Now he can not only assess the overall health of any patient, but can also detect symptoms related to their internal organs. In this new way, his own internal organs are going to assist him in detecting any problems with the organs of the current patient. By directly consulting the patient's own organs, the scene transitions back to his organ realm, where everyone is preparing to have a blind date with the patient's organs. The heart proclaims that he is not interested in anyone younger or older than a 4-year age difference. However, the liver points out that they're going to meet with all older people. Seeing them, everyone is disappointed by the whole idea of consulting. Despite their many reservations, they deliver the final results. They did not find any abnormalities aside from a slight constipation, but the liver informs them that this person shows symptoms of hepatitis, so he must immediately give up drinking alcohol. The liver further explains that the old man's liver is likely to only survive for another 5 years. He is amazed to hear this detailed diagnosis, as it forms the very foundation of every single treatment. Filled with determination, he now decides to awaken the other organs as well. Turning to his patient, he informs him about his liver's condition and prescribes him medicine for the next 10 days. At the end, he deadpans that the man should immediately stop drinking, as he is likely to die in 5 years if he does not. Then he orders the patient to quit alcohol as the crown prince, or he will be thrown into the dungeons. The old man is completely petrified upon hearing this threat. Afterward, he dismisses all of the non-critical patients, sending them on their way home. Then the servants turn to him, while showering him with their abundant praise and apologizing for all the mistakes that they have made. He nervously encourages them while acknowledging their hard work. Meanwhile, he is thinking about establishing a proper nursing system, as it will be necessary if they continue to admit more patients. He wishes his nurses from the modern world were here to help. At this moment, Gordon bursts through the door with great urgency and tells him that there is a patient who needs immediate medical care. The son of the noble family pleads with him to please save his mother. After laying her down carefully on the bed, he asks the son about her current condition. The son replies that she has had a fever since that afternoon, and her condition has only worsened since then. After checking her veins, he is completely horrified as he realizes that she might be suffering from the same illness that killed 40,000 soldiers from Napoleon's own army. With great dread, he recognizes her condition as epidemic typhus fever, which is an acute, febrile illness that is caused by a rickettsia bacteria infection. He hesitates for a moment before accepting it, but the liver informs him that it has indeed detected rickettsia bacteria within her blood. He gulps nervously upon hearing this news and asks the patient's son about the last time that she took a bath. The son replies that she took a bath just yesterday. He then inquires about her bedding's condition. The son answers that she's a very tidy and clean person. After finding no useful clues there, he asks whether she has recently been anywhere where she might have come into contact with lice or fleas. The son then answers that she had slept on a farmer couple's bed when her carriage broke down on her way back home about 15 days ago. To analyze her entire situation, he concludes that she must have the epidemic typhus fever. He then informs her son about her grave condition, while explaining that she has been infected by lice. Seeing her age and her high temperature, he concludes that she might also have pneumonia, or could suffer from central nervous system damage, or might even develop necrotic body parts. He then instructs the maids to clean the patient with warm water and to change her into fresh patient clothes. He orders them to then burn her clothes and all of her bedding, and take a bath themselves and burn their own clothes as well afterward. He even threatens to fire and punish anyone who disobeys his orders. He then orders her son to inform their family about her condition. Later, he stands in the kitchen, where he has created a kudzu root tonic soup, which is a type of fever painkiller for his ailing patient. He then gives her the very first dose of the special soup. 3 long days pass, and they care for her around the clock. But unfortunately, her condition does not improve due to the persistent high fever. He now understands that the soup dose is not strong enough for her condition. She is in need of a balance of yin and yang, as her yin energy has been severely drained. he realizes that he must find a medicine with strong, yin energy in order to restore her delicate balance. He thinks for a while about where he can find such a medicine. Realizing that it may be in his father's secret treasure vault, he orders Gordon to prepare a carriage for him immediately. He is not sure if he will find it there or not, but he intends to use his privilege as the crown prince, as he hopes that his father might decide to help him. After a while, he is seen formally greeting his father, who asks why he has come at this very late hour. He requests his permission to enter the secret palace vault. Sensing his father's immediate confusion, he reveals the condition of his current patient, who is severely ill. His father questions how this is at all related to his request to visit the vault. He explains that he is searching for a rare medicine to cure her, and he might find something of use there. In response, his father expresses his great disbelief because he suspects that he is making an excuse to access the vault for his own selfish personal gain. Meanwhile, his father seems to be amused by his son's current predicament, a fact that our crown prince notices, and he finds it quite annoying, given his father's childish antics. He tries his best to reason with his father, while insisting that he does not have the time to prolong this matter. However, his father remains unconvinced by his passionate outburst, believing that since he did not receive a proper royal education, he shouldn't be suddenly trying to treat people. His father asks him to prove that his diagnosis is in fact correct. At this, our hero asks if he truly wants to test it, which the emperor quickly affirms. He then orders our hero to diagnose the condition of the royal knight, Captain Roberto, who has been recently ill. If his diagnosis proves to be correct, he will be granted access to the secret vault. He checks the nervous captain's pulse, while his father, who is feeling quite arrogant, assumes that he will not be able to determine his condition, as only he, the captain, and the captain's own wife are aware of. After only a few short seconds, our hero announces that the captain has a case of partial baldness, which completely shocks both the captain and the emperor. The emperor points out the captain's full and lustrous head of hair. This prompts our hero to remove the captain's wig in dramatic response. This leaves the captain in a state as if he is about to completely break down. Then our hero turns his attention to Damien and orders him to proceed on their way to the treasure vault. Damien remarks on his harsh move to remove the captain's wig. He carelessly replies that he will be sure to treat him next time. During their discussion, they finally arrive at the vault. The guards hand him the secret pass required to enter the vault. He asks what happens to someone who does not possess this. The guard explains that it activates the powerful attack magic inside the vault and will also track his total time inside. If he happens to exceed the allowed time, he will be killed. Finally, he tells him he is allowed inside the vault only until the daylight. Shocked to hear this, he realizes that they only have a few short hours, so he rushes forward toward the vault, only to be stopped by the guard, who informs him that he is headed toward the intermediate area. Annoyed that his grand plan did not work at all, he remembers that his father has only granted him access to the base area, where he can take only a single item. Frustrated, he complains that his father has tricked him, while not mentioning the level restrictions when he had tested him. He is still extremely annoyed with his tricky father, and resolves to avoid taking his help again in the future. Once they are inside the vault, they're surprised by its vast size. He sets an alarm for the entire night, and turns to Damien for help. Damien asks how they can possibly locate what they need. He replies that they are searching for anything with ice properties. Once Damien discovers anything that is related, he should write down the location so he can check it out later. They then split up the search on both sides of the vault. However, our hero is unable to find anything useful, and he hopes that Damien will be able to find something. When his loyal bodyguard stands directly in front of him, he asks about the list. Then Damien hands him a list, which he immediately realizes that he cannot read. So Damien leads him to the location of the shield which he found. This is the only item in the entire vault with ice properties. He carefully looks at the description of the shield, which is a basic item. When it is infused with mana, it is able to manifest an ice shield. It looks more like a buzzer that you would use to order coffee, but his eyes stay firmly glued to the item's description, which details how it manifests an ice shield when infused with mana. With that, he begins to infuse his own mana into it to test it. It immediately starts to buzz with his mana, and he is careful not to infuse too much of it, knowing that it has a limit for manifesting mana to deploy the shield. Then he infuses his mana into it once again, this time much more carefully. Like he had perfectly set the shower temperature in his previous life, he begins to feel a noticeable chill, and finally, an ice shield forms right in front of him. He happily turns to face his bodyguard, and tells him that he will need his help a little later. Now they must go to his source of bonus HP. In other words, they must return to his patient. The very next moment, the guards see him emerging from the vault with his bodyguard, and they notice the brand new sword at Damien's belt. One of the guards asks if they chose to take that sword, but they are suddenly interrupted by the crown prince, who is draped in numerous jewels and a velvet cape worthy of an emperor. When the guard looks directly at him, he annoyingly informs our hero that he is supposed to be free of all these embellishments. Later, inside of the side palace, Gordon wakes up from his deep sleep due to a loud noise and sees that Damien and the Crown Prince have finally returned. Seeing the two of them together, he feels quite pleased, while believing that Damien is capable enough to protect Rakiel, and that Rakiel has also found a good friend in him. With this thought, he makes some hot tea and brings it downstairs for them. However, he spills the hot tea as soon as he sees Rakiel activating his shield, while Damien is attacking him with his powerful sword. He exclaims that this is clearly an act of high treason. Let's go back just a few minutes to when the Crown Prince told Damien that he needed his help with something. Damien, who was genuinely impressed by the Crown Prince's passion to treat people, was prepared to obey any of his commands. But as soon as the Crown Prince asked him to hit Rakiel with his sword until the powerful ice shield breaks, his expression immediately shifts to one of annoyance. It was the very same argument that Gordon had seen from his room, but he did not fully listen to it. Damien protests, while asking if the Crown Prince really wants to label him a traitor. But the Crown Prince explains that he needs him to strike him with the sword so that the ice shield will finally break, and he can use the residue left over from the strike in the medicine for his sick patient. At that, Damien suggests putting the shield down on the ground so that he is able to strike it much more easily. The Crown Prince explains that this is simply impossible because he needs to constantly infuse his mana to maintain the shield. Damien then concludes that the Crown Prince needs him to break the shield without actually harming him. Being a very smart person, Damien demands a hefty bonus for each and every strike he lands, while explaining that what the Crown Prince is asking him to do will certainly mark him as a traitor, and he cannot do it without proper compensation. Rakiel snobbishly asks if Damien truly wants payment for hitting him. Damien politely responds that he truly respects the Crown Prince for everything he is doing for everyone. But this is a different matter, and he wants to be paid for his services. Our hero really understands his strong demand, as he knows that Damien has faced many dire financial crises that have led to his great misery. So it is understandable for him to ask for something in return. Rakiel then warmly hugs Damien, while happily saying that he's just as he had read about it, which makes Damien's expression turn completely sour. With that, he opens up the shield and tells him that Damien will be granted a full day's salary with each and every strike. Damien expresses his hope that he will get paid on time, while striking him with his powerful sword. On the other hand, to witness that crazy scene in front of him, our poor Gordon has lost consciousness after the very first strike. Damien tells him that he is now going to increase the strength of his attack, as his current power might not be enough to break the shield. Damien stops his strike to see the Crown Prince, who looks like he's in a great deal of pain. Damien reminds him that he has not yet attacked, but the shield is not broken by his powerful strike. Damien asks whether he needs to increase his own strength. However, our hero accuses him that he's increasing his bonus amount by striking. With a very weak strike, it fires up his bodyguard, and this time, he finally shatters the shield. As soon as he sees that, our hero starts to dance like crazy at the prospect of more bonus life. When he turns to enter the palace, he finds the faint form of Gordon and wonders why he is sleeping there. After a while, he is seen making a typical kudzu root tonic soup, in which he has also added the fragments of the shattered ice shield. Then he decides to store some of it in his mana slots. His system informs him that he has acquired a new skill called tonic concoction. With this new skill, not only will the tonic he creates be 10% more effective, but he can also analyze its overall effectiveness, its toxicity, and any other potential side effects. When he places the new tonic, his system asks if he wishes to utilize his skill to analyze, which he agrees to do. The system then reads the description while informing him that the tonic can restore vital water energy and reduce fever, with other cautionary instructions on its use. He is quite happy to read all of this, as it means he no longer needs to test the medicine on himself. Upon analyzing that it can recover a patient's water energy, he is sure that it will aid in the recovery of Madame Dinrior. With this new determination, he brings the soup to her room. He asks about her well-being from her worried son, who answers disappointedly that she has not recovered a bit. Seeing her energy is even further depleted, he hopes that this new soup will finally work. He coaxes her into taking the powerful tonic, though she complains that it was a little bit bitter. He explained that bitterness often comes with truly effective medicine. He then personally took care of her for the next 10 days. Everyone was completely astonished to see him, feeding the patient and taking care of her all by himself. This earned him a great deal of respect from his subordinates. Meanwhile, he fought through his own growing fatigue, wanting to survive just a little longer to earn that bonus life, since he was now almost there. With that, his system finally congratulated him, informing him that he had finally cured his patient's epidemic, typhus fever, thanks to his own great effort and the deep respect he earned from his subordinates. His medical treatment skills had leveled up, now increasing his overall effectiveness by 1.5 times, along with his dear patient's recovery. He also gained a life expectancy of 146 days and 8 days of bonus life. Upon realizing that he could earn rewards in this way, our hero impishly considers creating a false image of himself, one that would earn him great praise and respect from those around him. This, in turn, would bring him even more precious bonus life. The scene shifts to a carriage that is moving through the woods, with our hero riding comfortably inside. He is thinking about hiring some professional nurses, as he has managed things well so far. But he can't keep going on much longer without their help. After a while, Madame Dinnery and her son get down from the carriage. Madame thanks him for the ride, as he has also completely cured her. She expresses her uncertainty about how she can ever repay him. He smiles while thinking about the bonus life that he has gained, and answers her very politely that seeing her healthy is more than enough of a reward for him. This noble statement makes her become quite emotional, moved by his kindness. They say their goodbyes and are about to leave. It seems, though, that our hero has yet another plan in mind, as he stops her son and invites him back into the carriage, saying that he needs to talk to him. The son of Madame Dinrior is a little bit uncertain about whether they can talk like this, as he is sitting with his back facing the crown prince, but the prince simply shakes it off. The son waited for him to describe his important purpose, but Rachiel did not say anything for a little while. Suddenly, our hero starts to complain about how sore his body is, and how much sleep he has sacrificed while taking care of his mother. Hearing all of this, Dinryu wants to properly compensate him for treating his mother. Our sly hero, however, tells him that he cannot accept anything from a former patient, as it would certainly ruin his good reputation. But the son firmly insists, while saying that he truly wishes to do something in return for him. Hearing this, our hero is more than happy to accept his generous help, as the son technically is not his patient, so he can freely take some help from him. He then asks him to assist him with something, revealing that Dinra is, in fact, an artist. A few days later, in Frontera Plaza, a landlord tells a boy that he should get employed by the Crown Prince, who is currently looking for some staff. However, the boy is not convinced at all and taunts the landlord, while pointing out that he is not currently late on his rent, despite his current jobless status. The landlord very quickly counters him by saying that he is actually 2 full months late for the rent. The boy rushes off to get money for the landlord upon hearing that. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl in a hood listens to their exchange, while contemplating something deeply. The scene shifts to the inside of a magnificent art gallery, where many people have gathered around one particular painting. Our hero, along with Dinryer, is also present there. Rachiel congratulates him on becoming a professional artist. However, Dinyu does not appear to be very happy. When you see the paintings that he has been forced to create, it is clear why this poor artist is not thrilled to display his art. Several of the pictures depict the Crown Prince, with the very first one of him showing a crazy pose, alongside the captain with the words, "I want you." Other paintings show some very cool poses, including one of him with all of his companions. One of his very detailed paintings portrays him like a crying girl, which Damien desperately wants to cut off. Dinyu is a little uncertain about whether his paintings will help him in his ongoing search for a new nurse. The Crown Prince, however, reassures him, saying that his work will definitely make an impact. He shows Dinryu his own masterful painting, in which Rakiel is portrayed, surrounded by many strong-looking nurses, with the captain in the corner, labeled with the words, "Shomi Gunyo." The painting also includes a full description, encouraging people to become professional nurses, with the promise of a generous salary offered by the Crown Prince. Seeing this, many people agree to sign up and want to become nurses. The scene shifts over to a stall, where Gordon is registering people for the nurse selection test. The people are very eager to apply, having heard that the salary is incredibly good. At that very moment, the same enigmatic girl stands in line before the stall, her sharp eyes scanning the application requirements. But as she reads the rule that applicants must be citizens of the Empire, a new, unyielding determination settles into her posture. Meanwhile, our protagonist is absolutely ecstatic to see the massive crowd applying for the nursing job. When Damien questions the source of his overwhelming joy, he reveals his excitement. The more nurses he acquires, the greater the number of patients he can ultimately heal, which, in turn, will dramatically extend his own lifespan. Damien, on the other hand, is genuinely impressed by our hero's benevolence, especially since he's offering such a generous salary. 6 days later, a grand event called Shomi Jinho is finally held, where the Crown Prince himself will test the applicants to determine if they're truly worthy of becoming nurses. The enigmatic young woman also makes her grand appearance, clearly pleased that she has arrived just in time. The host proclaims that they have assembled everyone here to unveil the initial challenge for the nurse selection test. However, he then discloses that this task will be announced next week. 1 week later, the host finally announces the first true task of the test. He urges them all to sprint towards the interview location. For this purpose, they're separated into 5 distinct groups out of the 50 total applicants, who must now race to the main building of the side palace. But the twist is that only the first 10 candidates from each group to reach the side palace will be chosen to advance. The rest will be immediately disqualified from the next stage. This shocking news stuns everyone. They scramble towards their destination, desperate to arrive first. The moment 10 candidates cross into the designated area, the guard callously disqualifies all the remaining hopefuls. Then, they begin the very next task without a moment's delay. This challenge tests their ability to identify an ingredient store improperly among the countless ingredients laid out before them. During this test, one of the candidates suddenly collapses. Everyone glances at him and hesitates for a brief moment, wondering if they should offer their assistance or not. But not a single one moves from their station to help the fallen candidate. Our hero observes this entire scene with a grave expression. Gordon then declares that the test has concluded and informs the group they will be notified of the results. Some days later, they are all left anxiously awaiting their test results, but not one of them had come back to aid the sick applicant. It appears this was a deliberate test set by our hero, who wanted to test the candidate's compassion for helping others. The moment the last of the candidates departs, he rushes over to the supposedly ill person, who is revealed to be none other than Damien. Damien is concerned, asking if his acting was believable. Our hero informs him that he completely overdid it and that he needs to perform with more natural subtlety. He says this while acting out a dramatic scene of falling ill before Damien. Then, he inquires about the candidates' overall progress, to which Damien somberly replies that all of them have failed. Our hero adds that character is far more crucial for a nurse than mere skill, which is something that can always be learned later on. Next, they proceed to test the following group, who also fails. Not only that, but every single one of the groups has failed. This leaves our hero completely and utterly flabbergasted, seeing that not one person cared about their fallen comrade. So he decides to take a long walk to clear his troubled mind. Meanwhile, he is also thinking that there are no candidates left, and that he urgently needs to find at least one nurse. As he nears the gate, he finds his guard arguing with a young woman. The guard is telling the girl she is forbidden from participating because she is not actually human. The girl fires back, insisting that she is, in fact, human. Witnessing the scene unfolding before him deeply frustrates him. Not only do they already have an absolute lack of candidates, but now the guard is refusing to let this one in. At this, Damien deadpans that the girl is actually a werewolf. He points out that she clearly doesn't have a tail, but Damien calmly responds that she could be concealing it beneath her baggy clothes. Damien then suspects that Raquel might be uncomfortable with the idea of a werewolf as a nurse. However, our ever-greedy hero, who is desperate to find a single nurse, views a werewolf as the absolute perfect candidate for a nurse due to her enhanced abilities. Meanwhile, the girl tries to defend her rights as a citizen of the nation, but the guard stubbornly insists she is nothing but a beast. Their heated argument is interrupted by the crown prince, who scolds his guards and commands them to immediately stop. The girl, as a citizen of this capital city, has every single right to apply for this important job. He then commands the guard to offer her an apology. This leaves the young woman completely and utterly baffled. He also apologizes to the girl on behalf of his own guard, and she finally introduces herself to him as Agnes. He informs her that she will be put to the test now, which startles her. Noticing her bewildered expression, he explains that as a powerful werewolf, she possesses great stamina, but he wants to see it with his own eyes. Then he pits her in a race against his own personal guard. For this test, they must race to the distant fountain and return. The winner will be the one who comes back to the start first. Agnes is fired up and ready to hear this news. She turns to face the guard, ready for a direct face-off. Both Agnes and the guard are now prepared to defeat each other in this race. Both of them sprint toward the far-off destination, as Agnes easily takes the lead within just a few minutes. She tags the pole of the fountain and immediately sprints back, as she easily speeds right past the struggling guard. She notes his slow pace and concludes that she will be the victor. The guard, who is already extremely nervous, badly sprains his ankle and tumbles to the ground. She notices his unfortunate fall from the corner of her eye and wonders if he might have dislocated his shoulder, but she attempts to keep going as she desires to be the winner. However, she cannot and turns back to help the fallen guard, forcefully relocating his dislocated shoulder. This elicits a pained shriek from him. While she is doing this, our hero congratulates her because she is officially hired. He then presents her with a simple necklace made by George. Afterward, they sit inside, and the Crown Prince shows her the hiring contract. When she remarks that the document looks quite complicated, he gently coaxes her to read it carefully at her own pace. He is extremely interested in hiring her, not just because of her powerful physique, but also because of her unique personality, as she is absolutely perfect for the job. Besides, he witnessed her fixing the guard's shoulder, as if she wanted to make it as agonizing as she possibly could, which will make any future patient very unhappy. However, he still desires more people with these same exact qualities. After she finishes reading the entire contract, she informs him with a very serious expression that she wishes to add a special clause from her side. She begins by stating that she is the official leader of her tribe. This information makes our greedy hero practically salivate at the amazing prospect of having 50 more people just like her at his disposal when she demands they also take a nursing test. He happily agrees. Then she moves on to her other major problem, one that she and her people have been facing for many long years. He asks if the issue is a matter of their food rations. She gives him a negative answer. She explains that they are having issues because of their tails, which seem to move completely on their own. Our hero is curious about whether this is a truly bad thing. She sadly explains that their tails betray all of their emotions. This can lead people to understand their true feelings and then use that information to easily manipulate them. He is now convinced this is the very reason she wears such baggy clothes. He suggests that she tie her tail to her legs. She responds that it refuses to cooperate in that specific way, almost as if it possesses a mind of its very own. She explains that the tail behaves much like another organ that follows its own independent set of rules. He then asks if they can't simply be cut off. She answers that doing so would make walking very difficult, and besides, it would just regrow within a single month. At first, he tries to simply dismiss the entire matter, but soon he realizes with a growing sense of dread that she expects him to resolve this very difficult issue if he truly wants to hire her and her fellow tribesmen. After this stunning realization, he feels like pulling his own hair out in sheer frustration, as he has absolutely no idea how to solve this problem. He offers Agnes to become their society's official guardian. When she requests a further explanation, he explains that he can provide them all with security by using his position, but she immediately rejects this idea, as it could worsen their condition if something were to happen to him, or if he ever decided to back out of his promise. In this way, it is merely a temporary solution. He asks her if she desires something to solve the fundamental problem with their tails. She affirms this, while asking if he is really going to help them. He answers frankly that he doesn't have much of choice, but he doesn't have any sort of idea just yet, so he will begin searching for a solution. Upon hearing this, she assumes that he must be an honest person, since he does not make any kind of false guarantees. Then she makes an attempt to excuse herself, but he offers for her to stay at his grand palace. The moment she leaves, he again yells out in pure frustration, not wanting to lose incredible talent like that of the werewolves. Later, he is found in the library, looking completely exhausted, but he still has not been able to find anything useful. He's interrupted by a sudden, loud yell from Gordon, which scares the very life right out of him. He complains to Gordon, who always manages to startle him like this. When asked, Gordon tells him not to stress himself out any further, because he could end up getting very sick from it. He retorts that he's getting sick because Gordon always startles him, nearly giving him a heart attack every single time. He first denies our hero's outrageous claim, but then he quickly changes his overall tactic, as he tells him that he'll soon get wrinkles if he keeps on frowning. Our hero smiles softly at his loyal doctor's antics, because he knows he's only doing this to help him feel better. He casually remarks that if he happens to get any wrinkles, he'll just get himself a Botox treatment. To Gordon's utter confusion, he begins to explain what Botox is, but then he stops with the realization that Botox could be his solution. Botulinum toxin is a highly potent poison that is used to paralyze. To test this out, he decides to use a local poison to paralyze the tails of the werewolf. And for this specific purpose, he's going to use Kuzman's poison. He then commands Gordon to bring Kuzman's poison to Agnes's room, as he's heading there now. Once they are finally inside her room, he informs her that he has somehow found a solution to her problem. However, before he can proceed, he must analyze her body in both her human and werewolf forms. First, he needs to locate the exact spot where he should apply the poison in order to paralyze her tail. For this purpose, he analyzes Agnes's acupressure points and her unique mana flow, which are slightly different from those of regular humans. The location of her governor vessels is completely different, and the acupressure points on her hips are much farther apart, which is most likely because of her tail. Between both of those important acupressure points, he discovers a blood vessel that connects directly to her tail. He then requests that she transform into her wolf form, because he wants to examine the tail's acupoint in her beast form as well. With that, she transforms into a fearsome werewolf. After looking at her, he remarks that she's not as big as his dog, Dang Chill, which greatly irritates her. She does not respond, and he finally realizes it is because her mouth structure changes when she transforms, which makes it impossible for her to speak. Then they play around a little after he checks her up. After finishing her detailed checkup, he is found in his study, preparing for the second part of the procedure. He must know the ingredients that are in the poison to determine the precise amount he should use on Agnes to paralyze her tail. He considers asking Kuzman for the ingredients, but rejects the idea, knowing that he cannot trust him. Instead, he decides to store it within his own mana slots. The moment he opens his mouth to test it out, his internal organs begin to scream at him to stop. In their own realm, they're worried about Rakiel, who seems intent on testing this deadly poison on himself. His liver, in particular, is extremely anxious, knowing that he's risking his health with this dangerous experiment. His liver adds that he will be the one who has to detoxify the poison. Rakiel plans to take it. His liver shouts at him to test it on a summoned creature instead. In response, he exclaims that they're being cruel. To think he would test poison on such an adorable little thing. His internal organs protest yet again, insisting that he cannot use his own body as a test subject. Then his liver informs him that there are some summoned beings that are specialized in analyzing different ingredients, including various types of poisons. The liver's statement makes him pause and consider the suggestion. The liver adds that he met this particular summoned creature once, while he was waiting inside the special waiting room. This immediately piques our hero's great curiosity, who asks about this mysterious waiting room. The liver explains that it's a place where all unawakened organs and all unsummoned creatures rest in a dormant, sleeping state. This piques his interest, but both his liver and his system inform him that access to this information is highly restricted, so he is unable to explore it any further. He then tries his best to coax the liver into revealing the traits of that specific summoned creature, as he is hoping to get himself an advantage. When it is time to summon his very next creature, the liver casually refuses his request, and all the other organs begin to laugh at his great expense, which irritates him. Subsequently, he decides to show his organs who's boss by holding his breath. The very moment that he does so, his lungs and heart start to panic from the sudden lack of oxygen and are on the very verge of losing their consciousness. Seeing them in a state like this, his liver finally tells him the trait of the summon that he wants. After a while, he successfully summons a sunfish who is named Bobuk. He watches as Bobuk is playing with the gosium. Then he lures Bobuk to taste the capsule that contains the poison by telling him that it has a truly great taste. This action earns him the title of Heartless from his organs. He then focuses on his summon, who has eaten the poison. Bobuk has the powerful ability of immortality. So even if it consumes a deadly poison, it revives and writes down everything in a journal that it has eaten. Therefore, Bobuk revives and writes down every single trait of the venom on a card with tear-filled eyes. By interpreting the traits and ingredients of a dangerous venom, our hero concludes that this kind of venom has the ability to weaken Botox because of its unique potential. Now he is ready to accurately prepare the potent venom, which he needs in order to paralyze Agnes's restless tail. He calls for Gordon, who appears before him as if from nowhere. Gordon is shocked to see another summon standing beside his master. Our hero tells a truly terrible lie while saying that the summon came here specifically looking for him because he is now quite famous. At that, Gordon comments that Rakiel reminds him of a very great person by the name of Lloyd Frontiera. This man was the builder who transformed this very kingdom into an empire. Our hero agrees, as he has already read about him, that this legendary builder possessed 5 summoned creatures. Cautiously, our hero asks if Lloyd was genuinely a great person. Gordon explains that Lloyd laid the very foundation of the empire, but was known as someone who was only popular on Fridays. Our hero does not understand the meaning behind Gordon's words and commands him to bring Agnes there. While Gordon is escorting Agnes to the Crown Prince's room, she doubts if Rakiel has truly found a solution to her problem. Seeing Gordon, she comments that he looks extremely nervous. He retorts that the very same thing could be said about her. She accuses him, saying that it is because he saw her tail. Realizing his great mistake, he quickly apologizes, which helps to lighten her overall mood, and they formally introduce themselves to one another. After this brief introduction, they move forward. When they are near the room, he nervously tells her that she might be completely shocked after learning about the specific treatment procedure that the Crown Prince has prepared especially for her. This makes her deeply ponder the expected treatment she will receive. She enters, and our hero offers her a comfortable seat. As she begins to settle herself down, she expresses her doubts about whether he could truly find a solution. Within a single day, he answers affirmatively while asking her to trust him. She is still very nervous and asks him to explain his method of treatment. He casually informs her that he's going to poke her tail with a needle multiple times and then inject a potent poison into it. Hearing his insane method, everyone starts to cheer for him. On the other hand, she first looks over at Gordon, who asks her to place her trust in Rakiel. Then she looks around at everyone else, who expresses the same trust in him. She screams in her own mind that they are all completely crazy, including the prince himself. On the other hand, Agnes does not find him to be at all trustworthy, but decides to give it a shot for the betterment of her own kinsman, who won't have to suffer anymore if this strange treatment is successful. For this singular purpose, she decides to take the ride. When she finally agrees to have the risky treatment, the maids carefully cover her entire body and take out her tail from a hole they have made in a sheet. When he goes to check her up, he is once again amazed by his powerful Asrahan core technique, which helps him to see the crucial acupoints that are impossible to detect with any modern-day machine. He had always yearned to know of the acupoint's existence. When he practiced his traditional medicine treatments in his own world, he then begins the delicate treatment by inserting the needle into the Zhuanshu acupoint and pouring 0.011 milliliters of muscle-paralyzing poison from his slot. Next, he injects it directly into the Mingmen point. Finally, he injects the poison 2.4 centimeters deep into the Yao Yang Quan acupoint. Now, he has opened the path for mana to flow through the Zhuanshu point, where it will now flow to both sides of the erector spine. But the problem is not just paralyzing her tail, but also maintaining this paralysis as well. Therefore, as he had expected, the tail begins to recover itself, so our hero speeds up the process. At last, he pokes her nadcom point, which greatly irritates Agnes. as she cannot believe he is now trying to mess with her head. At the same time, her tail goes completely limp in its place. But at that very same moment, her pinky toe moves from its place. With that, he exclaims that he has finally completed the process, which is a complete and utter success. Agnes gets up from her bed with an uncertain expression on her face regarding the success of the treatment. Our hero asks if she feels something different with her tail. Her eyes widen as she sees her limp tail, which should be moving, to show her current feelings of unease. Rakiel explains that he has paralyzed the primary nerve of her tail and redirected it to her tiny pinky toe, because now it will function as her new tail. Then she begins to cry because of all the built-up emotions that she and her kind have had to carry because of their so-called tails. His eyes soften as he beholds this scene, and he asks her if she has finished thanking him and whether they should now sign the official hiring contracts. He also adds that she should bring her entire tribe here, just as they had previously discussed. Then he coaxes her into signing the contract by looking at his face. She concludes that he is not just some ordinary person. After a few days, our hero was laughing like a complete maniac. Gordon commented on his overwhelming sense of happiness. He exclaimed that he had finally acquired 50 new werewolf nurses. The aforementioned nurses are now receiving professional nursing training, where they're taught all of the basic nursing techniques and emergency treatments. They're also taught about herbs and medicine, how to properly store them, and how to create special tonics. In this way, they're trained to be ready to run the new hospital. At this moment, one of the nurses showed him the new shift schedule. He had smirked with great satisfaction at all of their progress. Now, at long last, his clinic is operating 24 hours a day. Not only this, but the entire tribe was now used to getting their toes to move instead of their tails. At that very same moment, his system congratulates him for the success of the great toe operation, but he does not receive any sort of life bonus, as it was not a matter of immediate life and death. However, he does receive a standing ovation from his internal organs. Then he is informed that his next new organ has just been activated. Therefore, his stomach, in the form of a very chubby baby, has been awakened. As soon as it enters the bizarre organ realm, it demands various junk foods from the modern world. It first demands a large variety of junk food, then Japanese ones that only exist in the modern world. Our hero expresses that he also wants to eat these things, but they do not exist in this current world. Then he tells his new stomach to try and hold itself back. At that point, his stomach compromises on a simple, sweet candy. He eats the candy while thinking that his new stomach has the exact same taste as an elementary schooler. For this, his stomach grants him a bonus of 300 HP. Then his other organs, happy to find their new youngest member, give him 700 HP, and now he possesses a total of 1000 HP. He is happy to see his organs are ready for another consultation, as now he can deal with any stomach problems as well. His system also informs him that his Asrahan technique has leveled up because of his precise control in treating all of the werewolf tails. With that, his mana increases and his mana circle greatly expands, which gives him the feeling of a growing water balloon in his chest. Overall, he is content with the high amount of HP he has received today. Meanwhile, he is interrupted by one of the nurses, who informs him about a patient with a fever and a very strange smell. He proceeds to go and check on the new patient while feeling a deep sense of contentment that he has at last laid a solid foundation for his new clinic. The scene then shifts to Sir Pavard, who is the chief butler of the entire side palace. He is currently working on something, when suddenly his expression turns to one of pure horror as he checks a record and wonders where he could have gone wrong. He simply cannot believe that they have screwed up. After realizing this fact, he immediately rushes to the Crown Prince's office and shouts at him. Our prince immediately looks around for his doctor, who is usually the one that manages to startle him. But this time, it is the butler who apologizes for his rude visit. He whispers that they are out of budget to operate the side palace, which makes our prince let out a loud scream, asking how that is even possible, since he is the Crown Prince. He is quite tense upon hearing this terrible news, as he cannot operate the traditional medicine clinic that extends his very lifespan in this specific way. He asks about all of the reasons that are behind it. The butler then informs him that it's because he cut a very large chunk of the side palace budget last autumn. Upon hearing this, the prince curses the original Rakiel. After a while, the butler, informs him of the reason behind his budget-cutting decision. The prince first thought that he would not live for very long. Secondly, he hadn't been using the budget since he was hardly ever out of bed. The butler informs him that he should actually be happy, as his health is much better than it was in the last year. He comments drily that he is not at all happy. He lies down on the floor while thinking about how broke he now is, and how his very life is all about having money. Then he thinks about the original Rekiel, who should be blamed for this entire financial fiasco. He decides that he must find a solution to this problem, as he can now understand why Rekiel originally did. But grumbling about it is not going to get him anywhere. He then turns his attention to his butler and asks if they can request more money for the operating budget. But the butler replies that this is not at all possible, which makes his own expression turn extremely grim. At this moment, he finally confesses that without operating the side palace traditional medicine clinic, he will be dead. The butler asks how his death is related to the ongoing operation of the clinic. Instead of providing an answer, he sighs and asks if they really cannot request any more budget. The butler answers that it is currently against the law, as they are only able to make a request at the end of the year. However, the only person who is an exception to the law is his father. He enthusiastically decides to ask his own father for some help. However, he returns empty-handed, as his father is not interested in helping him. He feels as if history is now repeating itself, when he had to close down his clinic because of a lack of money. But this time, he is determined not to be stopped by financial issues. He then asks for all of the assets of the side palace. The butler asks him why he possibly needs them. He exclaims that he is going to sell absolutely everything, including the paintings, the silver, and all of the gold cutlery. The butler is quite sad to see all of these things, which he has cared for so very long, are now about to be sold. He once again asks the crown prince to reconsider his decision, but the ever-cruel prince gives a negative answer, which prompts a very hateful remark from the loyal butler. A few days later, he turns to his trusted men about the pressing issue of the budget. They have now sold all the luxury items, but it is not a permanent solution to their ongoing problem. He adds that they have gained some temporary relief from the funds they receive from selling all of the luxury items. But if they do not do anything to extend their current funds, they will eventually be eaten up as well. The butler points out that there is nothing left to sell anymore. He deadpans that they're going to be selling medicine from now on, which leaves both of his loyal men completely speechless. Seeing their stunned expressions, he exclaims that he is going to be a crown prince who sells medicine. Meanwhile, at the bustling Frontera Plaza, people are gossiping about the latest news regarding the side palace. They are all completely in awe to hear that the crown prince sold all of his luxury items just to keep the important medicine clinic running. They are totally impressed by our hero and begin to worship him, as they have never seen anyone in all of history do such a thing. For the noble sake of treating other people, they start to sing songs praising his incredible greatness. Meanwhile, back at the side clinic, they are discussing the difficult matter of earning money through the selling of their special medicine. Rekiel thinks that it is a necessary measure to keep him alive. The butler points out that if the budget is the main problem, then they should simply charge a small fee from all of the patients. But he rejects this specific thought, as not many people will come for treatment if that is the case. He needs as much of a life bonus as he can possibly get. He then expresses that he is going to sell very expensive and effective medicine, that he will unleash his very own brand of medicine, a medicine so coveted, any wealthy house will display it with immense pride. He declares at last that he will sell a super luxury medicine, one that will become the ultimate symbol of a person's immense luxury and their elevated status within high society. Hearing this audacious plan, both of his subordinates are left utterly speechless. The butler questions if such a miraculous medicine could possibly exist. He reveals its name, a legendary medicine called the Golden Minotaur, calming pill forged from the mythical gallstone of a minotaur. Essentially, Koreans have long used calming pills to soothe their nerves, and this particular pill is also used to treat illnesses of the brain, various heart problems, and even high blood pressure. On their way, he explains the intricate details of this medicine to Damien, who harbors doubts about whether people would actually purchase it. He replies that they are absolutely going to purchase it, because he will present it as something exceedingly rare, like a priceless, limited edition artifact. They will buy it at any cost, such as the psychology of the elite. He adds that he isn't just going to use a common bowl, but the fabled gallstone of the Minotaur itself, which will undoubtedly compel them to buy it. However, his confidence is instantly shattered by Damien's words of doubt, who does not believe that anyone will buy it. Damien again points out that if this medicine is so very effective, why has he never once heard of its existence? Reikio replies that it is because it originates from Fallen Kingdom, known throughout history as Jason. Damien dryly remarks that he has not heard of this kingdom either. Our prince chimes in that he heard about it in his dreams, and all the medicine he is learning about comes from his dreams. While looking at his back, Damien thinks that Gordon must be a very naive person who is going to believe every single piece of nonsense that their crown prince happens to throw at him. But in his own case, he only cares about receiving his salary on time. He then jogs to catch up to him and asks if he plans to treat people without a proper license. This question makes the prince halt dead in his steps. Damien stresses that he must pass the official doctor exam to obtain a license, just as Gordon had to do. The prince turns to Damien and lets out a nervous chuckle, while having to admit that he did not know about this. Damien replies that they need to solve the funding problem first. For this specific purpose, they require the gallstone of a minotaur. But the prince interjects that they have none at the herbal store. It would appear that people here are not using the bull for making medicine. Damien asks about his proposed solution to this new problem. The prince loudly exclaims that he is going to purchase a live minotaur for this very purpose. So he is now headed to Cremo to attend the monster auction at the Grand Auction House to acquire this very minotaur. Damien cannot believe he is planning to go there himself. The prince calmly replies that he must go because he needs to personally check the quality of the minotaur, as well as its precious gallstone, by himself. Damien thinks, smiling to himself, that this man is absolutely insane. At that very moment, Agnes arrives with a grand carriage and gestures for them to get in. Damien asks in disbelief if they are truly going to depart right now. The prince replies that time is far more precious to him than gold. He then urges Damien to quickly get in before Gordon comes after them. Once the carriage is on its designated way, Gordon comes running up, while yelling at them how he could possibly leave him like this. The prince yells back that he needs him to remain behind in order to take care of the clinic. While they are on their way, Damien comments on the incredible comfort of the horse carriage. Our prince arrogantly replies that it is what one should expect from a crown prince's carriage. It is then shown that they're actually lying down in coffin-like spaces, and Damien still insists that the whole thing feels very strange. Their long journey continues on for 8 days, and one evening, Agnes rises from her spot atop the carriage. Her senses are heightened as soon as she smells the nearby sea. She informs the prince that they have finally reached Cremo Port. Finally, they arrive at the Cremo Monster Auction House. A young boy in front of the auction house tells the driver to please park his carriage somewhere else. But the driver gets down from the carriage and warns him that he does not know whose carriage this is. He asks if it belongs to the revered crown prince. At that very same moment, the aforementioned crown prince greets him from the carriage window. This shocking revelation leaves him completely petrified. The very next moment, the boy rushes inside the auction building and approaches the mayor. He points directly toward Reikio and informs him of his arrival, which causes the mayor to panic as well. The next moment, he begins to flatter our hero to gain political favor. When our boy mentions that he is here to purchase something, the mayor immediately offers him some additional bodyguards, which our hero refuses because he has brought his own. He makes an attempt to excuse himself, but the mayor keeps on trying to prolong their conversation. He then goes on ahead, after giving the mayor a false promise that he'll visit his home. Afterward, the mayor instructs the others to clean everything, while our hero thinks it feels as if a military commander is going to be visiting there. During the auction, Reikio and Damien settle themselves in, while taking note of the very quiet atmosphere. Damien explains that it is likely because the monsters can awaken if the auction happens to get too noisy. As people begin to make bids, he waits for the Minotaur to appear. When it seems as though the auction might be coming to an end, he wonders if he might not find a Minotaur there after all. At that very moment, a massive carriage rolls in, carrying a cage. An hefty Minotaur. Our hero is completely awestruck by the Minotaur's weight and strength. The host announces that it is the main item of tonight's auction, which was captured by the 7 best hunting teams in the land. On the other hand, our hero's great excitement at the prospect of getting his hands on this beast completely deflates. When the host announces the starting bid at 50,000 mega, he asks his aide if he happened to hear correctly. since the other monster sold for only 50,000 mega. Yet this one starts at a whopping 50,000 mega. When Damien asks if he possesses enough money, he considers that he brought a total of 100,000 mega. But seeing the crowd's immense eagerness to buy the Minotaur, he doubts he will be able to win the final bid. Besides, he thinks that it is far too expensive to buy a Minotaur at that price. After a brief moment of thought, he turns to Damien and whispers his secret plan into his ear. It is very clear that Damien does not like the proposed idea, and he double-checks if he really wants to go through with it. After a firm confirmation from him, Damien then comments that the idea sounds like something a common thug would suggest, but he simply just chuckles, while saying that it does not matter if he is compared to a thug, as long as his plan will actually work. Then Damien departs, and our hero watches the auction with great anticipation as the bidding price continues to climb. He hopes that Damien will return before the price gets too high. After a while, the mayor arrives and warmly greets him, and our prince pretends to be very surprised to see him. Seeing the prince's feigned expression, the mayor quickly catches on, as he understands that the prince desires everyone's full attention. Right now, eager to gain the prince's valuable favor, the mayor is more than willing to play along with his game. The mayor then loudly addresses the respected crown prince, while offering him a total of 100 bodyguards. As soon as he says this, everyone in the crowd turns to see if it is really the crown prince. Our hero formally accepts the generous favor, while Damien stands there with a very annoyed look on his face, watching the entire drama unfold right in front of him. Then our hero dramatically remembers that he must participate in the auction and places a confident bid of 60,000. Our prince's expression loudly declares that he is the crown prince and that no one is going to raise the price against him. Seeing this, the audience quickly realizes that they must give up on ever getting the prize Minotaur. Meanwhile, the host is also feeling quite nervous, seeing that they may have to sell their best item for only 60,000. Megan. Then there is a sudden twist, as one noble dares to raise the bid to 70,000 Megan, which completely shocks everyone, including our dear crown prince. Someone then notices that this person is none other than Guinness, a known favorite of the king of the southern country of Amboise. Meanwhile, Guinness thinks that since he is not even a citizen of this country, the prince can't do very much to him. Everyone wants to cheer for him as their supposed savior, while some others whisper that they have heard. The crown prince is famous for holding grudges for a very long time. On the other side, our hero is absolutely fuming with great anger. Now he is determined to have a proper clash with this person, burning with a fierce desire to get his hands on the Minotaur. He raises his own bid to 71,000. Guinness raises it by another 1,000, bringing the current bid up to 80,000. The furious bidding continues on like this. Finally, the host announces that their main item has been sold for 250,000 Megan, and the final winner is Guinness, who is being quite obnoxious about having the upper hand over the powerful crown prince. Meanwhile, our hero looks as if someone just drained all the color from his face. At this moment, Damien makes an attempt to console him, while saying that he is very glad that Rachiel did not spend all his money on a single Minotaur. Hearing this, our hero's expression shifts to one of confidence about his finances. But in all reality, Damien is secretly worried about getting his own salary on time. He is completely flabbergasted when Damien remarks that he is only sticking around as long as he can count on receiving a stable paycheck. He then reminds Damien that he was the one who personally rescued him from the underground life. Damien replies that he is very grateful for that, but having a stable salary is a completely different matter. Our hero then looks at his bodyguard, thoughtfully recalling the very last chapter he had read in Demon's Sword. After reading it, he concluded that Damien is the absolute strongest person in this world, and it is very reassuring to have him right by his side. But there seems to be another crucial reason, related to the victory in the final great battle, which somehow directly connects to Damien, because our hero believes that giving him a very stable life will lead to the stability and safety of the entire world. He then tells his bodyguard with great earnestness that he will make sure that Damien gets his full salary on time. Next, he turns to the mayor as they head toward his home, but the mayor protests while asking for his reason for being in such a great rush. He replies that it is out of pure embarrassment for losing, even after using such very cheap tricks. The scene shifts to a very grand house, where in one room, the Minotaur is bound after being sold today. Guinness steps forward to check on its overall condition, bragging about his great victory over the esteemed crown prince. Then someone else enters into the grand picture, the most expert taxidermist in all of Cremo, who has been brought in for this very important job. The taxidermist asks Guinness about his preferred taxidermy style. Guinness replies that he wants it presented as grand as possible because he is planning to gift it to the king for his birthday. He then requests a powerful mage to assist with the taxidermy. And at that very same moment, the mage enters while stating that they should begin immediately, without wasting any more of their precious time. The mage starts his vacuum magic to kill the Minotaur in a very clean and quick manner. As he is being killed, the Minotaur thinks of his own family and laments how very cruel humans are for mistreating him this way. While thinking this, he has broken their powerful magic, and then it snaps the heavy chain he was bound to. Meanwhile, inside the mayor's house, our hero crashes onto his bed, looking completely exhausted. His entire body protests from the very grueling schedule. Determined to buy the Minotaur tomorrow, he insists that he will manage with 100,000 make, though his bodyguard does not seem to be at all convinced. Their conversation is interrupted by one of his own men, who warns him of some upcoming trouble, for which they will need to evacuate immediately. Rakiel demands that he give him an explanation. At that very same moment, the entire wall is smashed open. Damien is in front of him instantly, ready to protect the prince. But the powerful monster throws him aside. As the thick dust finally clears, our hero is petrified to see that the monster is none other than the Minotaur. A few short moments ago, with the sheer force of the Minotaur's break from the mage's magic, everyone was knocked down around it, except for the truly evil Guinness. He shouts at the Minotaur while claiming that it cannot harm him because he is its new master. But the enraged monster doesn't understand the meaning of master and starts to viciously chase him instead. While looking around for an escape route, Guinness spots the mayor's house and decides to take refuge inside. He hides himself behind a thick wall and then shouts, in an attempt to try and distract the raging Minotaur. In a way, he is somewhat successful at it. Now, the Minotaur is right in front of our hero, ready to completely smash him. Our hero is ready to escape, but suddenly, he notices its eyes and stops for a brief moment. They seem to be the eyes of a creature that is in great pain, suffering greatly, much like one of his own former patients. The Minotaur then remembers that our hero is the same guy who bit on, and in a sudden fit of rage, it violently attacks him. However, its powerful strike is intercepted by Damien's own sword, who urges the prince to quickly escape. Our hero exclaims that he is not going to die after having it so difficult to survive for this long. Damien makes an attempt to deal with the Minotaur, but he is not successful in stopping or defeating it. During the ensuing battle, he pushes Rakiel back, who slams hard into a wall. At the very same time, Damien meets up with him, and he states that they are now trapped here, prompting a very sarcastic remark from our hero, who drily comments that he can see that for himself as well. The next moment, Damien stands with a serious expression and asks for an extra bonus if they are able to manage to get out of there alive. Our hero shouts angrily at him, asking why he is asking for this now, and what if he does not provide. Damien responds that he will simply escape alone if necessary. He then tells the prince that he is going to fight the Minotaur, which will give him an opportunity to escape. Rakiel hesitates, as the path to escape is completely blocked. Damien nonchalantly suggests that he should just jump down from there, but that is not a viable option for our hero. Damien adds that it is better to jump down from there than to be crushed alive. He then explains that if he is injured, the guard will surely rescue him and take him to a safe place. With that, Damien attacks the Minotaur, and they engage in battle. The prince tries to escape through the opening that Damien created, his face twisted with a great deal of anxiety. But in his misery, he does not notice that instead of climbing a wall, he is scaling the massive Minotaur itself. He stops when he receives a sudden warning from his system. His system gives him a full and detailed scan of the monster. His system and his heart both inform him that. The results show that the monster's heart is in very bad condition. It has stable angina pectoris, which means that the monster is suffering from severe chest pain, and its heart is about to completely clog up, clinging desperately to the monster. He realizes he is not in a good condition to try and treat it, and that he is in grave danger himself. He cannot jump, or his body will be crushed in the process. Meanwhile, the Minotaur has a plan to crush the prince with its other hand, like squashing a tiny mosquito, but it is distracted by Damien's sudden attack. which misses its eye. Damien tells the prince to hang on tightly, while promising that he will rescue him in just a moment. Our crying hero pleads for him to do it much more quickly. Damien rushes forward toward the monster, looking for an opening to attack its shoulder or its sides. He strikes the monster and tries to rescue the trapped prince, but the prince is thrown violently from the balcony, which makes him believe that he is now about to die. However, our crown prince is rescued by Agnes, who manages to catch him in midair. As soon as she lands safely on the ground, the other guards come to escort him to a much safer place. Meanwhile, Damien and the Minotaur are locked in deadly combat. The monster focuses all of its attention on Damien, who is determined to defeat it in order to claim a very high reward. Damien plans to stab the Minotaur on its fist and then on its arms, as soon as it is about to punch him. He tries to cut into its fist and to attack it as much as he can. But the Minotaur proves to be much tougher than that. During their violent clash of sword and fist, something manages to distract Damien. And in the next moment, he is attacked by the Minotaur and thrown aside. He is pushed hard into the wall, and the Minotaur steps toward him. Damien tries to get up, but his leg is now pinned under the rope. At the same time, he is saved by Ghost Swarm's powerful body slam. He doesn't fully understand what is currently happening until he sees Ghost Swarm fighting against the monster. Meanwhile, our hero thinks that he is not going to lose Damien, especially after all of the trouble he went through to get him. That is why he fed Ghost Swarm the red sunflower seeds to make him bigger, so that he could fight against the Minotaur. He shouts at his bodyguard to get up as they are about to be surrounded, prompting a remark from him that he is going to get a lot of money. But unfortunately, Damien is unable to move his leg. On the other side, the Minotaur throws Ghost Swarm high into the air toward Damien. Seeing this, Rakiel shouts for Damien to hold on to Gozeum in order to escape. Damien does so, and Gozeum jumps from the second floor. Now, they're safely in front of the Crown Prince, but not just his friend, but also his enemy. The Minotaur also leaps down from the second floor and howls at them, with everyone else following close behind them. Rakiel asks about the well-being of both Damien and Gozeum. Damien answers him that he is all right. He thinks about the Minotaur and wants the medicine from him, but he rejects the thought as it could cost him his own life. He then suggests to his companions that they head to a much safer place. At this very moment, the mayor interjects, stating that he is going to bring him and his companions to the safest place in the entire city. After a while, they arrive at the main port. The mayor informs him that if they ride the ship, the Minotaur will not be able to chase them on the vast sea, and they can easily escape from here this way. Rakiel likes this idea and decides to escape this way when they board the ship and offer the mayor to join them. Our hero is shocked to hear that the mayor refuses to escape with a very serious expression. The mayor states that he will not be running away because this city and the safety of its people are his responsibility. So he will stay and guide the guards to counter their current problem. Hearing his noble words, Rakiel changes his opinion about the mayor, as he is no longer seeing him as just a shallow man who just wanted to go on with his own life. He now seems very serious, and this makes Rakiel contemplate whether it is truly right for him to run away. As well, seeing his concerned expression, Damien understands his own inner turmoil and stresses that they need to depart from here. He reminds Rakiel that everyone has their own role to play, so he does not need to feel at all guilty. At that moment, Rakiel realizes that his bodyguard is right. The mayor's role is to protect the whole city, while his own role is to protect the entire imperial family. For this very purpose, he has to survive, so he orders the ship's anchor to be raised. However, just as their luck has run out, the fearsome Minotaur arrives, chasing right after them. It leaps onto the ship while howling with pure, unadulterated anger. It tears apart the ship and swings the wood over their heads. Rakiel orders everyone to get down to avoid being hit by it. Meanwhile, Rakiel is also thinking about his next course of action, as they have no way out of this terrible situation now. On the other hand, his organs are shivering as they can sense the danger around them. He tries to think of a plan in order to escape, but is on the very verge of tears when he realizes that he has not yet awakened his own brain. Damien jumps right beside him and tells him to get to the deck and stay hidden there. Rakiel asks what Damien will be doing in the meantime, while unsheathing his sword and turning toward the Minotaur. Damien claims he is about to make a lot of money from this fight, so the Minotaur had better get to work in order to earn. Damien rushes toward the monster and calls for Agnes's assistance, but their combined efforts, along with some of the guards, go in vain, as they are all thrown aside by the powerful Minotaur, which remains standing tall and mighty. Seeing everything unfold, Rakiel panics for a brief moment, but then he pulls himself together and looks closely at the Minotaur, while analyzing its health condition to figure out how to defeat it. At this very moment, his system informs him that he has strengthened his Asrahan core to its absolute limit, due to being in an unprecedented and extremely dangerous situation. As a result, he has acquired a new skill called acupoint scan, where his Asrahan core technique is now combined with his powerful pulse reading skill. This new skill allows him to see the acupoints of every living thing in order to perfectly predict their movements. Now he applies this new skill to the Minotaur standing before him, which makes him realize that he can clearly dodge its every move. However, the problem is his stamina, as he cannot keep up with this for long. With a very tense expression, Rakiel ponders a way out for himself and for everyone else. Meanwhile, he notices Gozium and gets a sudden idea, though he is a little uncertain about whether it will actually work, but he decides to go for it anyway, because he believes it is his role to protect everyone, as the Crown Prince. So when the Minotaur is about to attack a sailor, Rakiel rushes in from the front to block its strike. His system warns him that he has eaten the red sunflower seeds that were meant for his summoning. Our hero really becomes a giant with a powerful red flower seed, and now has a one-on-one with this fearsome monster. However, his system informs him that he is not a true summon, so he must have severe side effects from eating the red flower seed. He needs to consult with a doctor immediately. He really reminds his system that he is a traditional medicine doctor. His system then informs him that his giant form will last for only 3 minutes, and he will fall into a coma once it ends as a terrible side effect. Now, he understands the true severity of the situation, as he has to end this fight within just 2.5 minutes, which he is sure he cannot do, and he might finally meet his end. As expected, the Minotaur gives him a hard punch right in his face. He complains about how much the blow hurts, but normally he would have been killed by such an attack, so there's still some hope. In order to test this new hope, he hits the Minotaur with his head and hurts himself as well. Now it seems impossible to end this fight in the limited amount of time. He needs to think very quickly. He looks at his summon, who is exhausted because of the long fight. He wonders if his guards will be able to handle it. But what if he faints? He has to do something, and quickly. He asks Gozium to provide him with some more thorns. After getting them, he grabs the Minotaur's neck in his arm, as he is going to use acupoints on him. He pierces the very first needle into the TNU point near its neck. This point is used for ascending and descending a creature's mana. But unfortunately, our hero cannot pierce the thorn deep enough to reach the Minotaur's mana flow. He then orders Damien to attack the very end of the thorn, and Damien does so immediately. His next target is to calm the roaring monster down mentally. To do this, he reduces the stimulation of the sympathetic nerve and increases the stimulation of the parasympathetic nerves. He then targets another important acupoint and asks Damien to dig the sharp needle even deeper. After a while, he has targeted several different acupoints in order to prick its blood and also its energy flow. He jokingly thinks that the Minotaur is now behaving like a small child who does not want to get a painful shot. So now he will give it a sweet candy if it behaves during the last acupoint, which is the urine point. This point is used for treating ear disorders. With this final important point, suddenly, the monster calms down as its terrible pain disappears. Our hero says that it was kind of a pure coincidence as well, to realize that its pain has now completely disappeared. The Minotaur turns to our hero and thanks him, thinking that he is the reason its pain is finally gone. At this moment, our hero finally falls down, whining that he is incredibly tired. He checks on his own internal organs, which are also loudly protesting because the sudden change in his size disrupted their blood and also their breathing flow. At this very same moment, his time as a giant finally ends, and he returns to his normal size. Everyone gathers around him, filled with great concern, before he slips into a deep coma. He tells them that he will be in a coma for the next 5 days, and that they do not need to worry about the Minotaur anymore. Then his long coma period begins. After the fight, the powerful Minotaur has been subdued, and everyone becomes worried about trying to save the ship, as it could sink at any single moment. They have to head to the main deck immediately, since the ship is now filling up with water. Suddenly, the ship begins to move, and everyone thinks it might be sinking. Meanwhile, the Minotaur, who wants to repay the kindness that the Crown Prince had showed him, picks him up and places him on his own head in order to save him. This completely stuns everyone around them, as they think it is trying to kidnap the beloved crown prince. 6 long days have passed since the kidnapping of the crown prince, and now we see a dark room where Damien sits alone in a chair while looking at the single rat at his feet. He wonders to himself whether he is dreaming, which is something that he has not done in a very long time. His train of thought is interrupted by the dreaded inspection squad. Interrogator. It seems that he is now being interrogated because of what had happened with Rakiel and the Minotaur. The interrogator taunts him while asking if he is sleeping in a grave situation like this one. Damien makes a quick excuse while saying that it is because he has not slept for several days. The inspector shouts loudly at him, saying that it has been 6 days since the Minotaur kidnapped Rakiel. The very next day, the news finally reached the Emperor, and it took him 2 full days to reach this far-off city. The interrogator accuses them of doing nothing in the meantime, as they have not found any valuable clues about where the Minotaur has taken the crown prince, or where the person who brought the Minotaur has now gone, in which he shamelessly accuses them of doing it intentionally because they desired to bring harm to the prince. At that, Damien throws a taunt right back at him, inquiring if he believes every single person who accompanied the crown prince is a dark conspirator working with a Minotaur to kidnap him. He is absolutely furious to know that this interrogator is going to conclude with such a preposterous notion. However, the interrogator seems far more interested in neatly wrapping up the case and tells Damien that this ridiculous conclusion could be the answer to the question of who is truly responsible for the kidnapping of the crown prince. So he plans to place the blame upon everyone, including the mayor and the people who accompanied the prince, as being responsible for the heinous kidnapping. This would conveniently close the entire case. Damien grits his teeth in pure rage, while thinking that this inspector just wants to close the case without having any real complications, which is why he is falsely accusing them of being involved. The interrogator slyly attempts to coax him into confessing, as he offers them a mercy in the form of swift death. Damien angrily tells him to go straight to hell, but the interrogator, with a truly impish expression, replies that he has other methods to make him confess. Then he is thrown violently into a small cage, which is left hanging, and he finds Agnes and the mayor in their own respective cages as well. He notices that they have ignited a massive fire just below them, and after smelling the scent of oil now, he wonders if they are planning to burn them all alive. The interrogator, once again, tries to persuade them into confessing that they are the true culprits, but Damien insists that if they truly want something from him, he can tell them the undeniable truth. He angrily informs the interrogator that he is the one who is obstructing the search for the crown prince, under the false pretense of this so-called investigation. He angrily agrees that he is more than eager to find him. After hearing this defiant statement, the inspector commands his subordinate to light the waiting fire. Meanwhile, Damien thinks that he does not want to die such a meaningless death before anyone is able to do anything. They see the powerful Minotaur coming directly toward them, and to everyone's utter astonishment, is holding Damien's cage high above the Minotaur. The crown prince is riding atop it, who asks his subordinates the reason for them being caged up. It seems like the crown prince awoke after 6 long days on the island, where he finds Urios, who was once his sworn enemy, but who now looks at him with adoring, loving eyes. After taking some much-needed time, they finally resolve their differences and become true friends. He then thinks that it is a pure coincidence that Urus's great pain was soothed by him, but he does not clarify this to it, because he wants it to follow him back of its own free will. Then he tells Urus that he wants to help it in return, as well as the fact that its chest pain will begin again soon, so they should begin treating it immediately. He starts his powerful acupoint scan, and concludes that its angina is not yet very advanced, so it can be properly treated at a later time. Then he turns his scan to the creature's gallbladder. He asks Urus if he feels full after having his meal, to which he receives a very positive answer. He adds that it is because he has filled his gallbladder with a lot of stuff, so it needs to be immediately emptied. Then he explains the detailed process, but Urus does not understand a single word and looks at him blankly. Finally, the crown prince decides to use much simpler language and asks Urus to press the spot he points to with his own finger. He gestures for Urus to clench its fist and hit its solar plexus. Urus seems hesitant, but the prince urges it to do so. It does, and by observing its overall condition, the prince concludes that something must be stuck deep inside. Finally, it is revealed to be a very big piece of cholestasis. The crown prince is happy to have finally found this significant piece. He asks Urus about the condition of his bloating, and Urus answers him with a cheerful tone. The prince happily responds, as he is glad that it is nothing serious, and that now he has completely owned the Minotaur as well. He then asks Urus to go back with him, as they need to save his comrades. But Urus is hesitant to return because he fears they might fight again. The crown prince consoles him, while assuring him that no one will ever harm him. On their way back, he spots the flag of the inspection squad, which answers directly to the mighty emperor, and concludes that their choice to return earlier was the right one. Back in the present, Rachiel is shouting at the squad to tell him who is in charge of this so-called inspection. The devil of an interrogator casually answers that he is in charge, which greatly irritates the prince. Not only this, but this interrogator has the nerve to accuse the crown prince of not truly being one, just because he brought a minotaur back into the city. Everyone looks at him with completely bewildered expressions, while wondering what on earth he is now doing. Rachiel retorts that this implies he is dealing with a doppelganger, who is pretending to be the esteemed crown prince. The interrogator responds that it might be the case, as it could be dark forces wanting to harm the imperial family, especially with the crown prince currently being missing. Now the real crown prince needs to verify his own identity. This infuriates Rachiel down to his very core. He says that if they want to verify his true identity, they should also verify the true faces of his loyal people. To demonstrate his point, he starts his speech with Damien, who had thrown himself between the crown prince and the Minotaur in order to buy him some time. His fierce fight with the Minotaur showed his loyalty and devotion. Meanwhile, Urus had broken his own cage, allowing Damien to emerge from within. Then he turns to the brave Agnes, who quickly catches him before he falls from the second floor. If she had not been there, he might now be a dead person. The next moment, she is finally freed from her cage as well, as she steps in front of him. He says that she has shown great courage and also sacrifice. Then he turns to Sergio, who is his new knight captain, and the first one who rushed to get him to complete safety. He then looks at the other guards and describes their sacrifices and the tremendous effort they showed during the terrible fight. Listening to all of this, the royal guards discuss that he might be the real crown prince. We're confused about how he managed to survive. On the other hand, pure dread is clearly visible on the face of the interrogator, because he was certain that the crown prince was not coming back. That is why he blames everyone in his party in order to close the case. This is how he has always done these sorts of things, because when an important person dies, someone must always be blamed for it. At this, he bows before the prince and starts begging for forgiveness, while realizing that he has dared to question his identity verification. However, the crown prince remains unfazed by his drama and turns to the mayor, who chose to stay with his city to protect them rather than to run away. He then approaches the empty cage and states that the mayor is the very best example of how the nobility should fulfill their duties. He then turns to the interrogator again and angrily exclaims that, meanwhile, the head of the investigation squad is questioning his own identity. He warns him in a dangerous tone that it is his people who have stayed loyally by his side. He stops him from making any more of his excuses, already knowing what they will be. He reflects on the situation back in Korea, where a very similar incident had occurred. In the end, he finally concludes that the interrogator will be held responsible for the farce of the investigation he has conducted. The very next day, everyone gathers together on the shore, gossiping about the most recent news. Their hot topics of conversation include the investigator, who has been accused of hindering the search for the crown prince. He is likely going to be either hanged or sentenced to life in prison. They also discuss the crown prince's skill to tame the fierce minotaur, who has now become obedient to him. A young boy claims that he saw the crown prince grow as big as the minotaur itself and fight with it. Not only that, he also adds that the prince poked thorns into the minotaur's body. This fantastical story, however, is not believed by a single person. Then the discussion shifts to another rumor about the crown prince, as people in the capital are now gossiping about it, becoming the very next ruler. Meanwhile, Damien is watching all of this from his open window. He turns to his master and asks how he could possibly tame a minotaur. Rachiel explains that he never actually tamed the beast, while explaining that it was all a misunderstanding on the minotaur's part. Seeing Damien's immediate confusion, Rachiel further clarifies that when he grew and poked the Minotaur with the sharp thorns, its terrible pain lessened, leading it to believe that Rachiel must be its savior for a while. They discuss how this misunderstanding works in Damien's great favor, as he can now earn some very handsome rewards, which is a prospect he is not ashamed to entertain. Yet Damien feels a little bit embarrassed about not truly defeating the Minotaur, so he resolves to train much harder. Damien then informs him that he wants even more money, because he has also now completed the task he was given by the Crown Prince. He supplies that he is quite glad to hear that he has collected all kinds of medicinal ingredients. Damien explains that it is because Cremo is a much larger port in a huge commercial city. Then he drops a bomb on our prince, revealing that his father has already returned to the capital. As soon as he heard that his son was now safely back, the prince does not like his father's heartlessness over this, but he remembers his father's words and concludes that he can't do much about it. So he ignores this thought as he focuses on his new task at hand and asks Damien to bring all of that medicine to him. As he is about to start, upon receiving the supplies, he exclaims that he is going to prepare the Golden Minotaur pills in the mayor's own kitchen. After a little while, he is in the kitchen, humming and cutting ingredients to prepare the new medicine, which annoys Damien. Finally, he has made the legendary Golden Minotaur pills and decides to experiment with it on himself. As soon as he eats one, his system informs him about the pill's effects, while revealing that his internal organs have become more energized. However, his stomach does not appreciate the strange taste. In return, though, he gains 500 more HP from his internal organs. Not only that, his tonic concoction analysis skill has now activated, because he made the special pill himself. After reviewing the long list of benefits from a new pill, he feels quite happy to see that it not only treats cardiac disease, but it also provides a natural sleep without any side effects. Reading this, he feels completely ecstatic about the results. The next day, he goes to Urus and asks how it is feeling. Then he gives it the pills to help soothe its ongoing chest pain. Without any hesitation, Urus eats them all. It feels extremely energized from taking the new pills, and their effectiveness increases by a total of 10%. After he uses them to heal the Minotaur, who is now his new patient. Not only that, he gains a life bonus of 7 days, and an additional 600 HP from all of his organs. Later, he is lying on the Minotaur quite leisurely, planning to count on his new Minotaur from now on. The next day, a large crowd gathers in the Cremo City Plaza for the important award distribution ceremony, honoring those who had helped him on that dark night. That morning, Rachiel makes a grand entrance, riding in on Urus. Seeing him, the crowd confirms that he is likely to become their next new king. Unbeknownst to their excited discussion, Rachiel begins the special ceremony, while recalling that the very last time he received this much attention was during his fight with his own brother, so he does not want him to feel at all afraid. He starts the ceremony by addressing his own bodyguards and complimenting the great bravery they displayed on that night when they fought against the dangerous Minotaur. To acknowledge all of their efforts, he is going to give them his golden medicine. With a sly smirk, he praises the mayor in his mind, who solved his problem. The scene flashes back to just 2 days ago, when he is resting with Urus and the mayor approaches him. Rachiel explains to him that he's going to hold an award ceremony to honor those who had worked so hard that night, not only to acknowledge their great efforts, but also as a clever way to advertise his new medicine. He then shows him the medicine he plans to give to his subordinates. The mayor immediately understands that Rachiel has some ulterior motives, and he realizes what he wants to do. He suggests that if Rachiel gives the medicine as a reward, it will definitely make the nobles very curious about it. He even planned to create a very special premium edition in the Crown Prince's own name. He also understands that he needs to make this ceremony as grand as he possibly can to attract future customers and increase the value of the medicine. With that, the mayor rushes off, while asking for 2 days to organize the ceremony to his liking. Now at the ceremony, Rachiel is pleased to see the final results of the mayor's efforts. First, he acknowledges the bravery and efforts of all his subordinates, who fought so hard on that night. Then, he suddenly shifts the topic to describe the benefits of his medicine, which is made from the Minotaur's special gallstone. He explains that it grants stamina as great as the Minotaur's, while also curing numerous other diseases. He even flashes his pet to help prove his point. He adds that people who cannot sleep will also find a deep rest with this amazing medicine, while slipping in some more praise for his loyal subordinates. Then he shamelessly turns back to advertising his new medicine, even announcing a new limited offer, which they can get at an affordable price of only $99 Megan for one single month. Seeing this, Agnes and Damien realize that he is acting just like a con artist. In order to lure in all of his future customers, they glance over at Sergio, who is also there to happily promote the esteemed crown prince. In the end, Raquel shows the crowd several different pamphlets to further advertise his special medicine. Even after witnessing the shameless promotion of his medicine, many people still want to buy it. Some even consider borrowing money in order to purchase it, as it is quite expensive. Seeing the positive response from the crowd, he slyly decides to promote his traditional medicine clinic too. He fake coughs and then addresses everyone, while immediately informing them about the existence of the Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic, which he runs. Many of his subordinates raise up cards and pamphlets to advertise the new clinic, and even a Minotaur helps out with the promotion. He adds that he has introduced new kinds of medicinal treatments. At his clinic, he asks the audience if anyone has heard of it, and 2 people raise their hands. Seeing them, the prince conveys his relief that someone has heard of it, as he does not want to promote it by using his words alone. Then he decides to add a little flair to his advertising, and starts to talk about how beautiful and important the city of Cremo is, given its standing as the northern port and also a commercial hub. He emphasizes that it is essential for the city's people to be healthy, to help the city to prosper. His speech greatly stirs everyone, making them emotional with his grand display of concern. He then dramatically offers for them to visit his new clinic, even for the most minor health issues, and he promises to personally examine them. However, he understands that they are still very hesitant, so he decides to push them a little bit further. He announces a free treatment coupon for the first 100 people who come, which prompts a loud protest from Agnes, as the clinic was free from the very start. Seeing people racing toward him, he feels giddy at the very sight of his bonus life in the form of all these potential patients. Soon, he is busy consulting on the health conditions of the people, while handing out coupons and also offering his sage advice. Not only that, but he even covers their travel expenses and their accommodation. After distributing all 100 of the coupons, his face brightens with pride at the grand success of his advertising. Seeing his extremely happy expression, Agnes is on the verge of shedding tears, noticing that he is even covering the travel expenses for his patients. This means they will need to sell everything to cover the high cost. He doesn't realize that it has been 9 long hours, though his organs are begging him to please let them rest. Now everything around him begins to turn blurry, but he worries that he cannot afford to lose his cool in front of everyone by feigning right here. Instead of fainting, he falls down and begins to chuckle nervously as everyone rushes over to him. While cursing his own body's extremely low stamina, his system informs him of what he has now done, witnessed by the common people of Cremo, along with his own exhaustion. Seeing him like this, the people of Cremo feel deeply touched by his strong dedication, and he is granted a brand new title. A new power is added to his traditional medicine skill, called the Great Doctor Point. This is a kind of special reputation value, in which whenever he makes an impact on society through his medical practice, or people are touched by his great effort and skill, he will earn a total of 101 GDP. He understands this new point system, but he does not know where to use them. Upon hearing this, his system informs him that he can use these points to buy a lie voucher. With the help of the new voucher, he can tell a lie to anyone, and they will be forced to believe him. Damien rushes over to him and helps him to stand up. Meanwhile, he receives more information about the lie voucher. For example, he has to choose the person he plans to lie to. Additionally, each voucher can only be used a single time. Mythical creatures and people who are closer to him might not be affected by the voucher. He then asks Damien to give him a piggyback ride, and Damien responds that he will do it if he gets paid for it. After a while, he is in front of a very emotional mayor, who cannot believe that the crown prince is leaving already. The mayor adds that Raquel needs to get some rest before starting his journey. Raquel simply brushes off his great concern, while saying that he will sleep in the horse-drawn carriage, which prompts a protest from the worried mayor, insisting that it is not at all comfortable. He concludes the conversation by offering his praise and thanking the mayor for everything that he has done for him. Then he heads to his carriage, tossing an offer to the mayor to visit his clinic with Captain Roberto. The mayor does not seem to understand, But Rachiel is referring to the fact that both he and Captain Roberto suffer from a case of partial baldness, which he is able to treat. As soon as Rachiel enters the capital city and his hometown, everyone is startled to see a minotaur accompanying him. A knight rushes forward toward his carriage, and as soon as he spots the minotaur beside the prince, he is a little startled at first. But he quickly shakes his head and then moves forward. He wakes up the crown prince and hands him an envelope sent by the emperor after greeting him in a very formal manner. Rachiel takes the important envelope from his hand, feeling a bad sense of foreboding about the content of the letter. He opens the envelope, his eyes shining with worried curiosity. This letter is a summons for him in the court of his own father. He does not feel good at all after reading it. However, with a sly grin, he brushes off his own worry by thinking that he is going to use the live voucher in case things happen to go south a little later. He is shown in front of his father, offering him a greeting. He stays in a bowed position while waiting impatiently for his father to say something. Finally, his father deems him worthy of wasting some words on it and expresses how irresponsible and incompetent his son is to endanger the people who are traveling with him. He does not like his father's harsh words, as he almost met his end during that whole fiasco. His father then asks about the attack that happened at the mayor's own residence, which he had now confirmed. His father again reprimands him for not going to safety more quickly, which led his bodyguards into a very dangerous situation. He even has the nerve to tell our hero that he needed to take some precautions before any kind of situation like this arises. All of his scolding and reprimands are making our hero quite irritated, especially since the situation was something that he could not predict beforehand. After asking about his opinion, his father again reminds him of his apparent incompetence, which endangered his own companions. On the other side, our hero is quite upset about his father's inconsideration regarding his well-being. His father supplies with great anger that how embarrassing it is for him to not protect 10 people who are with him when he is going to take the throne of that country and protect and care for millions of people in the empire in the future. Now Rachiel understands that what his father is making him understand is not at all wrong. Then his father instructs him to reflect on what he has told him, and he agrees to do so. At last, his father grants him permission to say something as well. Rachiel himself wants to have a two-way conversation with his father and asks him to finally quit smoking. He adds that he needs to be healthy because he has the heavy burden of leading the entire country. After saying this, he smirks, thinking that he has given his father a taste of his own medicine. Rachiel then adds that the prosperity of the imperial family depends upon his own health. At this moment, he thinks about the original novel, in which the emperor dies due to a massive heart attack caused by both stress and smoking after the tragic death of Rachiel. Later, it leads to the downfall of the entire empire. Most importantly, he does not want the emperor to have the same end as his own father. His father informs him that the day he first asked him to quit smoking, he did so. So does he want to say anything else? Hearing this, with a very stunned expression, Rachiel says that he does not have anything else to say and asks for his leave. Just as he is about to leave, his father tells Rachiel not to eat the meat of any summoned beasts, as it could cause harm to his body. Later, when his son has finally left, the emperor thinks about his son with a very soft expression, considering his great concern for him. Then he asks someone about the pill Rachiel has now developed. The person informs the emperor that they have used that information unit to spread the exciting news about the Minotaur golden pills all over the place. He then asks them about the final result. The person informs him that the nobles living on the border are very curious about the new pills and might be coming to know more about it. The emperor is quite happy with this positive result. On the other side, our hero and Damien are heading back to the side palace, and Rachiel is counting his every single step. Damien asks him about his purpose in doing so, and Rachiel tells him that he is just counting. Then, the very next moment, a very crying and emotional Gordon is seen rushing toward them. Our hero tries his best to stop him, while jokingly asking his faithful doctor whether he was truly this excited to see him. He complains in return that he left him for the new patients. Rachiel decides to prepare a special tonic for him as a reward and thanks him for his hard work in taking care of the patients in his long absence. Then they discuss the incident at Crema, and Gordon is quite shocked to see the Minotaur behind him. Rachiel compliments his incredible acting skills because he might have already known about him bringing a Minotaur back with him. On the other hand, Damien is thinking awkwardly that no one here is at all normal. On the way to the main entrance, He asks Gordon if there is anything he does not know. Gordon tells him about some strange inquiries, where people are asking something about a new medicine that does not even exist yet. Gordon has shown him the large piles of those requests, in which people want to buy the new Minotaur pills, and the nobles are the most excited potential buyers. He then looks out the window to see the people who are traveling there, eager to buy his special medicine. His eyes shine to see them, and he asks Gordon to make them all line up according to their list. He is selling his special edition medicine. After 10 days, they have sold out all of the pills. When he is happy about it, Gordon completely ruins his happiness by telling him that he has been summoned by the Emperor. He anxiously thinks about what his father could possibly want from him now. When the guards let him into another room of the main palace, he is shocked to see that it is not an audience chamber, but might be the Emperor's own personal room. When he enters the room and sees the Emperor, something falls in the pit of his stomach, as he realizes that the Emperor is in the same condition his own father was. Rakiel's past self is seen in the internet cafe, where he is found playing a game, which he is losing constantly. This is making him quite irritated. His friend tells him that his phone is ringing constantly, but he says that he does not care about it. When the game is over, he finally decides to pick up the call. As soon as he does so, his expression changes to one of pure dread. He rushes, his tone completely frantic, and cannot hold himself together. When he sees his father on his own deathbed, in the present time, he tries to move past his trauma and see his father in this state. But there is no time to indulge in such things, as he needs to treat the Emperor. He diagnoses that the Emperor might have had a stroke because his muscles and nerve signals, which control the muscles of the body, are all over the place. Then, he turns to the Emperor's doctor about his father's health condition. To his great shock, the doctor informs him that the Emperor has been fainting since the previous night. He asks about the cause of the problem. The doctor informs him that it was because the Emperor was very drunk the previous night after having his dinner, so he suggested that he take a long rest. When he checked on him the next morning, the Emperor was already in this terrible state. This piece of information makes Rakiel very angry, because the doctor lost the crucial golden hour for treatment, during which he could have controlled the Emperor's grave condition, which seems like the symptoms of a very serious stroke. One thing that he does not understand is why it happened in the first place. That he had sworn off smoking and was protecting his own health. His mind then races to the grim future foretold after the Emperor's death, a future where the second prince seizes the throne. But now, that terrible destiny would fall upon him instead, a man with only 200 days left to live. However, as the reigning emperor, he would be buried under an avalanche of work, which would leave no time for treating any patients, sealing his own path to an early demise. He immediately scrambles to find the root cause of the stroke, praying with all his might that it isn't a cerebral hemorrhage. Essentially, there are two primary types of strokes. One is triggered by a deadly cerebral hemorrhage, which occurs when a fragile vein in the brain ruptures. The other cause could be thrombosis and atherosclerosis, in which the aforementioned vital vein is completely blocked, starving the brain of its much-needed oxygen. A cerebral hemorrhage carries a far higher probability of death. While diagnosing, he tensely hopes that it will not be a hemorrhage. Finally, after a long moment, he confirms that the condition is ischemic, which was, thankfully, the lesser of two evils. This affliction paralyzes his father, or makes him entirely immobile. So now he must determine which vein has become blocked. While inspecting the Emperor's veins, he is horrified to discover that one of the blood clots does not appear natural because he cannot see the lines of Zon. This discovery escalates his tension, as it is unnatural to find such a clot. He eyes the royal doctor suspiciously and decides to investigate this matter later, as he needs to treat his father first. For this very purpose, he must move him to his own clinic. At that moment, his grim thoughts were shattered by the archbishop. Rakiel properly introduces himself and asks if his purpose here is to heal the ailing emperor. The archbishop confirms it, adding he is here to pray for him. But the emperor's condition is far too critical for prayer. Much is needed. He then unleashes his own divine power, as the prince had granted him permission. To see the effectiveness of this divine power, he activates his acupoint scan skill, and is shocked to witness the emperor's cells are regenerated. During this powerful, divine healing, he is relieved to see the damaged cells are regenerated, as it is generally considered impossible to do so due to the prior damage of the brain cells. After discovering this glimmer of hope that he might save him, he begins to pray fervently alongside the archbishop. A short while later, the archbishop declares that he is finished. He then checks his condition once more and states that, even though the vital blood cells have now regenerated, they will surely die down in the end, because the dangerous blood clot has not yet been removed. Now his top priority is to remove that deadly clot. He contemplates which treatment he should adopt to do so. The most dangerous risk would be a reperfusion injury, which is a condition where blood flow is quickly resumed in a part of the body that previously suffered from ischemia. In this condition, the part with ischemia takes the most damage because it actually worsens the cellular recovery. After concluding something important, he orders Roberto to bring him the palace mage. He then asks if the prince has some lightning magic in his mind, which he denies, before the captain can even let out a sigh of relief. The prince exclaims that he is going to freeze the emperor. After a while, the palace mage stands before the tense prince and the emperor's personal doctor. Upon learning what their crazy prince wants him to now do, he is completely and utterly shocked. The mage is hesitant and tense, knowing this could very well endanger him. But Rachiel seriously informs him that is the same as what had happened with George. So he absolutely must do it in order to save the emperor. Otherwise, his grave condition will only worsen. Listening to him, he considers doing this, but he begins to suspect Rachiel, thinking he might be doing this to become the emperor. But he quickly brushes off this negative line of thought, as Rachiel doesn't seem like someone who would be chasing after power. All he has been doing this entire time is healing patients, instead of involving himself in the world of politics. Upon contemplating this very matter, he decides to trust him and to follow his instructions. When he relays this to Rachiel, he thanks him while summoning the Gauzium, after getting some thorns from it and a minotaur golden pill. In his other hand, all he needs is sacred blessings magic. For this very purpose, he turns to the archbishop and requests him to use sacred blessings magic again for the next 4 full hours. But the archbishop must apologize while saying that he cannot do it, because this kind of magic is only used once every month. Our hero feels a deep regret now, as he could have stopped the archbishop from using it if he had only known this information beforehand. So he asks him to teach him this powerful magic. He is excited at the mere prospect of having this magic, alongside his traditional medicine skills at his own disposal, which will consequently help him gain even more life bonus. On the other side, the archbishop is quite excited to know that Rachiel wishes to become a believer. He further explains that Rachiel needs to possess great faith and a truly sincere heart in order to acquire sacred blessings magic. After babbling on about what Rachiel must now do, the archbishop concludes he must maintain faith for 30 long years in order to learn the legendary sacred blessings magic. Upon hearing this, Rachiel gives up the idea of learning this magic. Then he turns back to his father in order to begin the treatment. He makes his father sit down and starts his delicate treatment because he needs to prevent the damage from a reperfusion injury. So he will start to decrease his metabolic rate as much as he possibly can. That will help to reduce the amount of sudden changes in the cells and minimize the structural cell damage caused by the severe injury. Therefore, they must lower the emperor's body temperature for this specific purpose. This is called the hypothermia therapy, in which he will freeze his own father's body in a way that will drop his body temperature, resulting in a sharp decrease in the metabolic rate in his body. After he checks that, his heart rate and breathing have also slowed down as well. He orders the mage to maintain the current set temperature. He then turns to the new medicine, which is a liquid form of the golden minotaur pills and the sharp thorns that were left by Gauzium. Now, he will begin to remove the dangerous blood clot, but there is absolutely no room for him to make any mistakes. He starts the treatment and checks that the clot is now dissolved, but he must move to the next acupoint as quickly as possible before the other side of his body takes any damage. Then he aims for the crucial Chengoi point, which is an acupoint at the very start of the pulse. It changes the energy and blood flow from the Chengoi point and spreads it throughout the entire stomach meridian. Everyone is completely stupefied to see how he is treating his dad, unfazed by everyone's palpable tension. He concentrates solely on the difficult treatment. Now, he checks patiently with his powerful acupoint scan until his father's weak pulse is now ready. He can clearly see the mana spreading throughout his father's body, but he needs the blood flow to be directed toward the anterior, inferior cerebellar artery. If too much blood flows at once on top of the reperfusion injury, the damaged walls of the brain cells will certainly burst. To avoid such catastrophic damage, he must proceed with extra caution. He does it one more time and detects small ripples of a mana reaction. With that, he senses the blood flow slowing down to only 20%, which arouses a newfound hope within him. He has now done his absolute best. But now everything depends on the life force and fate of the Emperor. He just hopes that it will not end like it did in his past life, when he had lost his own father. He yearns to hold his father's warm hand one last time after his death. He does not want such a regret ever again. His grim thoughts are interrupted by the feeble voice of his father, thanking him for all of his efforts. He sadly realizes that he is not his father's real son, but still, he wants to do his absolute best. So when the Emperor closes his weary eyes again, he wants him to rest without straining himself too much. He knows that he is at his own personal limit as well. So he steps outside to get some much-needed fresh air. On his way, a great regret for not answering his father's call earlier also stirs deep within his heart. With a heavy heart, he feels content that at least this time, he did not repeat his past grave mistake. As it rains outside, he is crying for his father. After a good, long cry, he pulls himself back together, knowing that he has only passed one single hurdle, and he needs to be prepared if there is another relapse. He decides to establish a new rehabilitation plan if the Emperor happens to face more stress. Besides, he hopes his father will live at least 1 month longer, so he can use a sacred blessing, magic, to fully heal him. In this brief moment, his system informs him that, because of his unique treatment and his dedication, he is now able to treat his father with the hope of further recovery. Not only this, but our hero also creates a new record by introducing the concept of reperfusion injury to the La Raza continent. After his great discovery, this concept will be written for all future generations of medical students. In this particular way, future medical students will surely resent him because they will need to study for exams on this topic. Besides, he also obtains 121 GDP points. He feels quite glad to receive these unexpected new rewards. His moment of contentment is interrupted by the royal doctor, who apologizes for his inability to properly treat the Emperor. Recap angrily orders the doctor's immediate suspension because he failed to recognize the Emperor's grave condition, and he lost the golden hour due to his own ignorance. So from now on, Recap will take care of his father himself. He then instructs his subordinates to stay close to his father. Since the doctor has proven himself to be incompetent, he orders them not to spread the news about the Emperor's current health condition and tells them to stand by, as the Emperor needs more rest. While looking at all of them, he thinks there are other reasons why he cannot trust them. The next morning, he wakes up to his subordinate approaching him and informing him that the people outside the Emperor's room have somehow heard that the Emperor has caught a simple cold and is now currently resting. He thanks his loyal subordinate, adding that he needs to complete his important report. The subordinate then tells him that an envoy from the Manhwa's kingdom wishes to meet with the Emperor. He is flabbergasted to hear this startling piece of news. Upon learning the news, he recalls what he read in the novel. It is the Manhwa's kingdom that leads to his imperial family's downfall. This kingdom, which was established for 150 years, grows stronger with each passing day, and it starts a great war in which his family will be caught up in the coming years. He does not understand the purpose of the Ambrose's envoy being here. His subordinate tells him that it is the Emperor who sent a summons to see that particular envoy 5 days ago. Hearing this news, he concludes that it must be because of Guinness. After expressing his suspicions to his own subordinate, he is confirmed that it is indeed the case, as the Emperor wants this Guinness person to hold responsibility for what happened in Crema. His subordinate suggests that he tell a little bit about the Emperor's current health, and then send him back, which greatly infuriates him. He sits down and contemplates the entire situation, realizing that it will not look good. If the envoy is sent back just because of a mere case of flu, people will talk and assume the Emperor's health is much worse. He needs to meet with the envoy, as the situation could easily be exploited by their enemy country, which could wage a war in the upcoming years. He deadpans that he is going to hold the meeting in his own way. The scene shifts to the guest room where the envoy is having some tea. This person is absolutely furious with Guinness, who caused such great havoc back at Cremo. and endangered the very life of the crown prince, a situation that could easily lead to an all-out war. Fortunately, he is no ordinary person, but a diplomacy expert who is skilled in the art of negotiation. He is confident that he can handle any fault that is thrown his way. He is ready for absolutely anything. His daydream of meeting the emperor is interrupted by the crown prince, who apologizes profusely for being so late. The envoy is baffled to see the crown prince instead of the emperor. However, he knows that he must remain completely calm. Meanwhile, the prince plans to tackle this problem with a very balanced approach, knowing that he needs to be extremely polite. He then asks the envoy to please have a seat, while preparing to steer the meeting into his own area of expertise and to take control of it from there. He needs to avoid the war at all costs. So the meeting starts, and before the poor envoy can say a word, the crown prince immediately exclaims with a cringeworthy, fake expression that the envoy does not seem to be in good health. The prince asks him to extend his left hand. The diplomatic expert is totally baffled by this out of the blue request. He extends his hand anyway, and Recap concludes that he has a very heavy head. When he wakes up in the morning, he babbles about other minor health issues of the poor diplomat, which makes the situation extremely awkward, as the envoy wants him to release his hand and proceed with the important meeting. However, while our hero is finding all these common health issues with the envoy, who understands what the crown prince is actually trying to do, but he still finds himself getting trapped in his devious scheme. He needs to meet with the emperor as soon as he possibly can. He thinks that he is here to show many negotiation cards to the emperor, but the crown prince's talk is going absolutely nowhere. Finally, finding that he has no other choice, he sternly reminds him that he is here to meet with the emperor. Our hero impishly thinks that this person must be disillusioned if he believes that he can now steer the conversation, but he is determined. He starts to say that he is an important person, representing the great Amboise kingdom. So how can they possibly ignore the health issues of such a person? He says with some fake sympathy that if the envoy loses consciousness during the important meeting, it will completely ruin their reputation as the imperial family. He cannot let that happen. He then steps in closer and asks in a very dangerous tone whether that should ever happen or not. And finding no other choice, the envoy agrees with him. Recap gives him a number of health-related pieces of advice, like quitting smoking and also drinking, and exercising for 30 minutes every single day. At the very end, he throws a bomb while saying that after doing this, he could avoid ending up just like the emperor. This sudden revelation completely startles the envoy, who asks about the well-being of the esteemed emperor. The crown prince dramatically exaggerates how the emperor had caught the flu because of the great stress of managing the entire empire, which led him to increase the amount of smoking and also drinking. And he's ended up in bed now. He is having a very hard time finding his appetite because of the flu. Upon hearing this, the envoy asks whether this is the reason the crown prince was sent here by him, which our hero confirms. He also adds that the emperor sends his sincere apology for not attending the meeting and wants to rearrange it for a much later time. To see the crown prince revealing all of this. So very honestly, the envoy concludes that he cannot just find a fault. Besides, it was the crown prince himself who came to apologize, who is very transparent about the entire situation. He understands the true gravity of the situation, while knowing that he cannot just lose the higher hands if he does not accept the justification of the crown prince. While having a dilemma, he looks at the crown prince and concludes that he is not just an ordinary person. In this moment, the crown prince whispers something into his ear, and then he shows him something, which prompts a remark from the envoy about his consideration. At the very end, it seems like the crown prince has just said something to the envoy, which becomes the very last nail in the coffin. The envoy is quite happy to have a letter to pass to his king and leaves the palace. Damien, who has witnessed the entire situation, asks about his method of convincing the tough envoy. The crown prince casually replies that the envoy has simply seen his sincerity of heart, though his loyal bodyguard does not by his weak excuse, knowing him far too well. The crown prince then turns to Damien with an extra sweet and very happy expression and informs him that he is going to appoint him a super secret special operation. He tells him that he is going to admit a very important person in the traditional medicine clinic today. Damien is confused about what kind of patient can possibly make him behave like this. He responds that it is the emperor himself, so he instructs him to go back to the side palace for this purpose. Damien asks whether he needs to ready his personal squad for emergency duty, which is met with an affirmative answer. Before moving ahead, he apologizes for interrupting Damien's train because of this brand new mission. But Damien shakes off his apology, as his main priority is to protect the revered imperial family. Rakiel knows that after that fiasco at Cremo, Damien realized his own weakness in the powerful art of combat, and has been training vigorously ever since then. He knows the time will come very soon when he will be the strongest person in the entire world. But not just yet. His thought is interrupted by Damien, who informs him that he is going to the side palace for the necessary preparations. He nods and turns to the opposite side of him. While on his way, Damien contemplates his ongoing training, while knowing that he is still not strong enough. His thoughts then take a new path, as he wonders what he will do once he surpasses his current limits. On the other side, Rakiel prepares his father to be admitted to his personal clinic. He thinks that he cannot let his father stay in a palace where he has so many doubts, as almost everyone seems to be scheming against the emperor. Besides, he needs to stay by his side in order to cure him until the archbishop is ready to perform the blessing magic. So he has to move him, because if he stays there, people will suspect that the emperor might be very seriously ill. While moving forward, he is evilly happy to begin preparations to receive another VIP patient in his own clinic, knowing that the effects of his letter might show themselves very soon. Meanwhile, in the Amboa's kingdom, when someone informs the king about the arrival of Benjamin, he gets quite furious that he has arrived so early, as it is not an easy feat to deal with the mighty emperor. After greeting the king, Benjamin explains the entire situation in the Magentano, as he could not meet with the emperor, but with the crown prince instead. The scene flashes back to the meeting of Benjamin with our hero, who tells him that the king should just be aware of the situation. At Cremo, the envoy confirms that, so the crown prince throws down a bomb, as he wants Princess Adeline to stay in their country for 6 months. This outrageous request totally infuriates the envoy, who assumes that our hero wants the princess to be held as a hostage in their country. He knows that they're not going to do his bidding, as they are a completely independent country, rather than one of the empire's many vassal states. Our hero gives a wicked grin, pleased to see his plan unfolding, as he has consumed a live voucher. Now he is lying about being interested in making a peaceful relationship with the powerful Amboa's kingdom. His system informs him that Benjamin will surely buy this lie, and now Benjamin believes that the crown prince might be taking a liking to their own princess. He first dreads the thought of the beautiful princess living beside him for the next 6 months and falling in love with him as well. Then he stops to contemplate the benefits of this situation, as it could lead to a powerful alliance through their marriage. His immense greed accelerates to the extent that he wishes to carve his name into history as someone who has built the foundation of a truly great empire, which will come as a result of the grand marriage between the princess of Amboise and the crown prince of the Magentano. He even daydreams of becoming the greatest diplomat in all of history. His daydream is broken by the angry voice of the king of Amboise, who shouts loudly at him, while asking how he dares to suggest something so very infuriating, treating their proud country as one of their lowly vassal states, by agreeing to give their princess as their hostage. He even asks his trusted envoy how he could stand so silently after listening to their absurd request. But Benjamin, on the other hand, who totally believes in the lies of our cunning hero, explains that it is a good suggestion for both of their countries to have a peaceful and lasting relationship with each other. However, the king shouts at him to stop his incessant babbling, as all negotiations with Magentano are thrown into the bin after his disastrous meeting with the crown prince. Benjamin then asks him to read the letter from the crown prince before concluding absolutely anything. Now the king does not understand how on earth his own diplomat, who always remains completely neutral, is now siding with Rakiel. As soon as he reads the letter, which might be enchanted by the powerful live voucher, he also agrees to send his own daughter to Rakiel. He believes in the grand ambitions of our hero and summons his daughter there. Everyone is quite curious and nervous to see him suddenly acting like this. The king sits down on his throne while thinking about Rakiel, who is well known for being very sick. But when he looks at the letter, He is quite pleased to see that Rakiel wants the hand of his daughter. Obviously, this is a lie fabricated with the lie voucher. As soon as Adeline hears she has to stay at the Magentano Empire, she finds this new request to be totally unjust. She protests, asking how he can agree to such a strange request. The king starts to say that she assumes he made this decision in haste, without giving it very much thought, which is why she does not want to accept his final decision. Seeing the mysterious letter in her father's hand, she understands that the letter must contain some kind of blackmail against him, as they might have found his weakness, or it might be a direct threat. She really wants to know the contents of that strange letter. The king again tries to console his distraught daughter, saying that he is doing this for the good of their collective future, and that one day she will be very grateful for his decision. But the strong-willed princess is not convinced. However, the king does not hear any of her loud protests, and asks her to move to the Magentano. From this moment, for the next 6 long months, the guards try to pull her toward the palace gate, but they cannot because she is the smiling angel of Amboise. She earned this title not because of her kind and warm personality, but because of her truly great fighting skills. She begins to fight off all of the guards with a smiling face, which is a well-known habit of hers. That is why she is called the smiling angel of her entire country. She crushes the guards into the wall and turns to her father, who is now quite fearful of her, along with his remaining guards. But when she turns to her father, she finds herself trapped within a powerful magical circle. The mages bind her with heavy magical chains and cage her inside of the waiting carriage. This carriage is called the Dawn Horse Carriage, which will deliver the carriage to its destination by the dawn. Yes, the princess's carriage is delivered at dawn, but after 10 long days. Her subordinates suggest she walk with her head held high, as the proud princess of Amboise, and she agrees with him, as she is not going to show any weakness. She looks ahead at our hero with a very annoyed expression, as she remembers seeing him as quite a sickly person, but he seems very different now. Rakiel tries to welcome her to the palace warmly, but she introduces herself coldly, without shaking his offered hand. He is very disappointed to see this, as it always happens with him back in Korea as well, when women had no interest in him on their blind dates. He shakes off that thought, as he has an important matter for now. He leads her to the dining table, where they settle down for breakfast. He tells her that he's going to show her around the side palace, where she's going to be staying for the next 6 long months. While he is thinking, he plans to use Adeline to prevent the Great War from happening. He recalls what he had read in the novel about the war, where Adeline was a very healthy and strong princess, who was wise enough to lead her country in a peaceful way. But no one knew how she had died so early, and someone from the distant relatives of the king took the throne. This person was very greedy for more power and waged war with Magentano, which resulted in a great disaster. He needs to keep her alive and help her to ascend the throne. In order to prevent this war from ever happening, at its very root, as far as he had read the novel, she might have had the disease of biliary atresia because of her many gallstones. He remembers that the author of the novel also had the very same disease. Now he has a plan to treat her through both medicine and surgery. He then apologizes to the princess as she has started to eat, acknowledging that it must be difficult for her to digest the food after such a very long journey. So he presents her with a special tonic that was made by Gordon. However, she misunderstands the medicine as being poison and is absolutely infuriated by this kind gesture. Afterwards, she bangs her fist on the table furiously and shouts, asking how dare they try and mock her in this terrible way. As a result of her banging on the table, it cracks all around in different places. She further adds that it is not enough for him to bring her here against her will, as he now starts to mock her as well. Rakiel supplies that he does not understand her. She explains that for her, coming here is a huge decision for both her and the entire kingdom, which completely shocks him. At the very end, she exclaims that she will just stay here for the 6 months, as per his order, but she will not do any more of his bidding. He tries to make peace by saying that she has misunderstood something, but she interjects that it is not the case. He pauses and then challenges her, saying that she is afraid, which leaves her completely petrified. With an extremely irritated expression, she tries to say something in response, but he cuts her off by saying that he has not done anything wrong, besides offering her a simple meal and medicine for her great fatigue. Then he does not understand her reason to be afraid to leave the table. But with a smirk, he proclaims that if she truly fears his brew is laced with poison. He then commands Gordon to bring him the very same tonic as well. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he drains the vial in a single gulp. With a defiant glare, he dares her to believe that he, the very crown prince of this empire, is reckless enough to poison her during an official diplomatic meeting. He then unleashes his masterful act, feigning understanding of her apprehension. He weaves a tale, suggesting she's terrified he's ensnaring her in a trap. It's a calculated strike, knowing she utterly detests the very notion of fear, and despises being labeled as such. Her pride wounded, she falls for the gambit and takes her seat. She barks an order at Gordon to bring her that damnable medicine. But she sets a firm condition. She will only consume his foul potion one time. He merely smirks, remarking that first, she should taste the elixir before passing any final judgment on it. Her eyes narrow at the dark liquid. No matter how she examines it, her instincts scream that it is nothing but pure, unadulterated poison. Yet, stealing her resolve, she seizes the vial and downs it in one swift motion. The taste is utterly vile, and just then, Rakiel offers her a small can. It is customary, he claims, to have this after consuming such bitter remedies. He casually adds that it possesses a delightful plum flavor. The princess's mouth waters at the mere sight of the sweet confection, but her immense warrior's pride holds her back from accepting it. Finally, her desire overcomes her will, and as she takes it, the cunning prince offers her a grape-flavored one too. For a fleeting moment, she feels this sweet taste is a gift from the heavens, but she quickly suppresses the feeling, her pride returns. She rises from her chair with authority and declares that she is finished with both medicine and dessert. She announces her intent to depart, but he questions if she's leaving so soon. She retorts sharply, asking if there is any conceivable reason for her to remain. He answers with a simple no, casually adding that the Lord Chamberlain himself will escort her to her designated quarters. As she storms toward her new chamber, a single, fervent wish echoes in her mind, to not see his face for the next 6 months. Later, we find Adeline in the training yard, sparring fiercely with her knights. She feels an invigorating surge of power, immensely pleased with her performance. But when she glances back at her men, she finds them all utterly exhausted and breathless. She questions their weariness with a hint of confusion, because she herself feels absolutely no trace of fatigue. Her lead knight explains that it's due to their arduous 10-day journey. This simple statement forces her to confront a strange new reality. Why, unlike her seasoned knights, is she feeling no exhaustion at all? Then, a sudden, chilling realization. Could this boundless energy be the result of that detestable tonic she consumed? She scoffs at the thought, refusing to admit such a possibility. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a line of children and the elderly, all moving toward a secluded area of the side palace grounds. Her warrior's intuition kicks in. She deduces they can't possibly be workers. They're not fit for labor. In fact, they appear gravely ill, and all are heading directly towards the Crown Prince's domain. A burning curiosity seizes control of her, and she stealthily follows these mysterious patients to uncover the truth. And then she sees him, the Crown Prince. He's not scheming or gloating, but prescribing treatment for a patient's ailment, sternly advising them to avoid oily foods and strong drink. He offers the patients further guidance before heading in the same exact direction that she is currently hiding. She melts back into the shadows, sighing with relief, thinking she's gone unseen. But in that very instant, Rakiel emerges from the shadows himself. He demands to know what business brings her to this specific place. She is caught completely off guard, utterly speechless. He declares coldly that this is a consultation area, and she must complete the proper paperwork to even be present. Then, his gaze turns deadly serious as he asks if she is properly lined up in the queue. She's completely baffled, unable to process what he's saying to her. He then reveals with grave importance that this is a sanctum where they provide care to their patients, without prejudice or bias. Therefore, she must adhere to the established protocols like every other person. Then, with chilling formality, he commands her to begin by filling out the necessary consultation form, and then to wait in the line. 2 hours later, she stands before him, her face a mask of supreme indifference. She presents him the completed consultation document with a defiant flourish. Our prince knew she would bend to his will. Meanwhile, she declares that she is not some power-hungry tyrant who would ever dare to abuse her royal authority. He expresses his immense delight that she has finally arrived, as he himself was hoping for the opportunity to examine her. She is thoroughly perplexed by this unexpected statement. Then he turns to her, his expression unreadable and deadpans. "Tell me, have you never wondered about the true reason I summoned you to my palace?" This question strikes her like a bolt of lightning, forcing her to reconsider everything. His true motivation for bringing her here. She had always assumed it was a petty scheme to humiliate her, a pathetic retaliation for the incident that occurred back in Crema. He, on the other hand, wears a smug expression, relishing her contemplative silence. His plan is unfolding perfectly. He needs her to recognize the symptoms herself. In his mind, he replays a memory of Gordon telling Damien about an illness, driven by an obsession with money, a disease so strange, one which he had initially denied, refusing to believe he was afflicted. But the very next morning, he had collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Thus, it is absolutely critical for the princess to acknowledge her condition on her own, because if he had simply approached her directly about this life-threatening ailment, she would never cooperate. He then delivers the final blow. "You will die in 2 years." The words hang in the air, etching a look of pure terror onto her face. She stammers nervously that it sounds as if he's placing a curse upon her. But he weaves a masterful lie, claiming they uncovered this grim truth through the unparalleled intelligence network of the imperial family. A network so vast, it knows every secret, even within the royal house of Amboise. And so, their spies detected the earliest signs of a fatal sickness within her, a sickness that will surely seal her doom. After absorbing this barrage of incredible claims, her shock turns to fury. She was just beginning to see him in a different light, especially after witnessing his compassion for the sick commoners. But now, she could never have imagined he would stoop to such a ridiculous, cruel joke. "Are you making a mockery of me?" she roars, her voice filled with rage. He calmly attempts to placate her rage, insisting that his sole intention is to cure her of this deadly illness. Sensing her lingering doubt, he declares that he will provide irrefutable proof. With that proclamation, he summons his creature, Bobuk, asking if it is ready for its assigned task. While he dotes on his strange summoned beast, she, on the other hand, is completely stunned that he has just conjured a monster from thin air. He then proceeds to formally introduce the two of them to each other, casually adding to a bewildered Adeline that Bobuk is usually tasked with analyzing medicines in his clinic. But today, it will be performing a much more unique function. Right now, he's going to execute an ACU point scan with his otherworldly familiar. A flashback to 3 days prior. He was lying in bed, feeling utterly drained due to his chaotic and inconsistent sleep patterns. A voice in his head, his large intestine, was complaining and rebelling against him, along with all his other internal organs. They were all demanding a proper night of restorative sleep. He informs his mutinous organs of the princess's impending arrival in 3 days, as he begins to articulate his grave concerns. But they immediately cut him off, mistakenly assuming that he is planning to propose marriage to her. Overcome with the excitement of an unexpected royal wedding, the large intestine enthusiastically grants him a bonus of 1,000 HP. But the moment he clarifies he has no intention of marrying her, but merely wants to cure her illness, the intestine immediately demands a refund. He then resorts to blackmailing them, stating that if they ever wish for him to let them sleep again, they must help him resolve his current, pressing problem. He needs a way to make the stubborn princess realize her symptoms and finally believe that she is truly deathly ill. After a moment of careful consideration, his heart offers a brilliant suggestion: level up his pulse reading skill. His liver chimes in, explaining that he could project her health report directly for the princess to see, all through the power of this advanced pulse reading skill. He doesn't quite grasp how he could visualize it for her. He pulls up his pulse reading skill and finds a pool of 25 HP available there. He understands he can level up this skill by consuming his own HP. He purchases the next level upgrade instantly. But after reading the new skill description, he decides to push its power even further. He keeps pouring points in leveling up until he achieves the legendary level 10. By acquiring this god-tier skill, he can now do more than just read a pulse. He can now manifest it visually for his patient to witness. And not only that, but he has also unlocked a powerful new ability, the power to display diagnostic results to the patient on an external, projected screen. Back in the present, he manifests the ethereal external screen, upon which a vivid image of the princess's own gallbladder is displayed. She stares in disbelief, refusing to accept it. So he calmly instructs her to press against her own stomach, and as she does, the image on the screen moves in perfect sync. The undeniable proof shatters her skepticism. It is truly her gallbladder. He states that he understands her shock, as it must be quite astonishing to witness one's own internal organs. But her expression is now one of profound sorrow, as the terrifying gravity of her dire situation finally sinks in. Meanwhile, he begins his grim explanation. The deadly gallstone lurking inside her will inevitably obstruct her bile duct. In this catastrophic sequence, the bile meant to flow through her bile duct into her duodenum will instead reverse course, flooding directly into her liver. From there, her liver, spleen, and pancreas will begin to systematically break down and fail. In the end, he declares grimly that she requires immediate treatment to avert this fate. She stares at him, demanding to know his true reason for treating her. He explains that she is the essential key to preserving the fragile peace between the powerful imperial and the noble royal families. Therefore, he needs her to ascend the throne as a healthy queen to lead her nation. She then asks what his proposed method of treatment will be, should she consent to it. At that moment, he suddenly throws a punch directly at her, but she reacts with lightning speed, catching his fist and twisting his arm. He howls in exaggerated pain, yelling that he was merely demonstrating his radical treatment method. She is utterly bewildered, questioning what kind of insane treatment this could be. He then punches his own stomach, declaring that she must do the same. She cannot comprehend how this bizarre method could possibly work. To her, it seems more like a convoluted plot to murder her, ignoring her profound skepticism. He further inquires if she can discharge her mana while striking herself, to which she answers with a confident affirmative. He then begins to explain the concept of the external impact wave, an advanced form of treatment he will use to obliterate her gallstone. As she channels the destructive mana from her fist, he will expertly guide that energy using the legendary Asrahan core technique. She is completely lost, unable to understand what he's talking about. Recap, who has already honed this very technique with Damien, explains that when she unleashes her mana toward her abdomen, he will redirect that raw power directly into the gallstone itself, deep within her gallbladder. In this precise way, he can shatter the gallstone without invasive surgery. She makes one final demand: set her free after the treatment. This is her only condition for complying with his insane plan. To her astonishment, he agrees instantly. She is shocked that he would acquiesce to her demands so easily. He simply replies that once she has been successfully cured, he would possess no logical reason to keep her confined here. On the other hand, she is left completely stunned, as she was certain she'd be trapped here indefinitely. Oblivious to her internal turmoil, he suggests they move to a more private consultation room, as a curious crowd has gathered outside. Once inside the secluded room, he commands the princess to show him her back for examination. He needs to pinpoint the exact location and size of the deadly gallstone. She reluctantly complies. After his assessment is complete, he instructs her to clench her fist and place it upon her stomach. Having done this, the moment of truth has arrived. It is time to strike. He commands her to shape her destructive mana into a sharpened needle, as she discharges its immense power from her fist into her stomach. He asks if she can concentrate all her power onto a single point. She responds with a firm, confident yes. She finally unleashes the blow against her own stomach. She is amazed. She feels absolutely no pain from the impact. It's as if the solid gallstone has been displaced from her stomach and sent somewhere else entirely. He then directs her attention to the projected scan of her gallbladder, where the once solid gallstone is now visibly cracked. He tells her that her control is exceptional and that she must now strike again. After she strikes multiple times with focused fury, he stops her, announcing that her gallstone has been completely pulverized. Recap, though visibly drained and exhausted, still offers her sincere praise for her incredible power. His words bring an unbidden, triumphant smile to her face. He then formally concludes the dangerous treatment, explaining that the crumbled remains of the gallstone will now pass from her body. She is completely baffled by his declaration, as she had assumed there was still at least one more stone to destroy. But when she turns her gaze back to him, he looks as pale as a specter. It dawns on her. The immense mana she discharged was absorbed entirely by him. She rushes to his side, shaking him vigorously and demanding to know if he is okay. He weakly assures her that he is fine, while thinking that her raw mana is far more potent than he ever anticipated. Witnessing his fragile and weakened state, she demands to know why he would push himself to such a dangerous limit. He faintly replies that it is because she is his patient. She doesn't understand his meaning, but he again emphasizes with his fading strength that as long as she is under his care, she will always be his patient. The words leave her utterly stunned. Then he weakly adds that he must rest, before collapsing into unconsciousness. She cries out his name, but he is already gone. Sometime later, our prince is asleep in his bed, recovered. Gordon checks his condition carefully and informs a worried Adeline that he is stable. He has no fever, and his breathing is steady and untroubled. Adeline asks why he remains unconscious if he is stable. He explains that it is because his master's body is naturally frail, and on top of that, he pushed his physical form far beyond its limits. She begins to offer a sincere apology for her part in it, but Gordon gently shakes his head, adding that Rakiel had forewarned him that he might collapse. Therefore, she should not burden herself with excessive guilt. Seeing her look of utter confusion, he further clarifies that it is a very common trait for our prince to prioritize others over himself. Gordon also admits his own constant worry for his master's well-being. Hearing this, the sharp, defensive edges of her personality begin to soften. She realizes that her judgment of him was far too shallow. How could she not trust someone as genuinely good-hearted as Rakiel? Witnessing her profound change of heart, his internal system informs him that while his actions were born of pure selfishness, his apparent devotion has deeply moved his patient's guarded heart. Not only this, but his convincing act of sincerity and sacrifice is destined to bring about a positive and pivotal change in the future, very likely referring to the successful prevention of a devastating war. He has now forged an unbreakable patient-doctor bond with Princess Adeline. She will now no longer harbor any doubts about her medical treatment going forward. With a newfound softness in her expression, she gently takes his hand. Seeing this, his internal organs scream in protest, trying to warn her, believing she has been completely deceived by his masterful performance. At the same time, his intestine grants him a reward of 15 HP for his heroic act. Meanwhile, Gordon also observes her tenderly holding Rakiel's hand, and a hopeful green light materializes above his head, a clear sign of a budding relationship between Adeline and Prince Rakiel. When Rakiel has finally recovered and is well rested, he meets with her, and she immediately inquires about his health and well-being. He replies that he was never in any real danger, and asks what he said before. He lost consciousness. She decides to tease him lightly, mentioning how surprisingly emotional he became, especially when declaring that she was now his patient. Thoroughly embarrassed, he quickly cuts her off, stopping her from saying more. He then informs her that he will dedicate his afternoons to her treatment, now that he is fully recuperated. He is also fiercely determined not to lose consciousness again this time. She, in turn, expresses her complete and total trust in him. She states that if he declares the gallstone must be removed, she will unquestioningly trust his judgment and treatment from this day forward. She then offers him her sincere gratitude. This display of genuine thanks embarrasses him yet again, as his motives are his own. In the following days, he is seen treating Adeline repeatedly, masterfully employing the Asrahan core technique to absorb the external mana shock waves. As a direct result of this intense training, he not only levels up his Asrahan core, but also massively expands his mana slots. After several grueling days of treatment, he has successfully shattered 15 gallstones and looks like a walking corpse. As a reward for his efforts, he has reached level 6 in the Asrahan core technique, with an astonishing 15 liters of space now available in his mana slot. He thanks her for her continued and unwavering cooperation, mentioning that only one final stubborn gallstone remains to be annihilated. He adds weakly that her mana impact is incredibly potent to begin with. She responds that she feels absolutely terrible hearing him say this. He replies that she should feel thankful to him instead of guilty. Hearing this, she immediately misunderstands his words, assuming that he is now demanding some sort of reward for his action. actions. But he quickly clarifies that the only reward he truly desires is for her kingdom, to never initiate a war against his own. Hearing this, her entire expression shifts, and he asks her, why the sudden change? She explains that she has never encountered anyone like him in her entire life. He doesn't grasp the deeper, subtle meaning behind her words and takes his leave, as he has another important patient to discharge. The patient in question is none other than his own father, the emperor. They have convened in a private chamber, where he has also summoned the archbishop to perform a sacred blessing. The moment after receiving the divine blessing, the emperor sits up, fully conscious. He requests a piece of paper, as he lacks the strength to speak at length. After reading the written message from his son, the prince is left completely and utterly stunned. The emperor demands to know which wedding date he has chosen with the princess. He mentions that he heard rumors of him visiting her quarters, even while he was confined to his sickbed. On the other side, the prince cannot comprehend a single thing his father is implying. His father clarifies that he is, of course, talking about the princess of Amboise. He begins a tirade, saying that he has no idea what he said to the envoy of Amboise to successfully convince them to send their precious princess to the empire. But it is utterly irresponsible on his part to move forward with the sensitive matter of a royal marriage without any formal consultation, especially when he will be emperor one day. Now, the pieces begin to fall into place for our prince. He thinks about how everyone in the palace has been looking at them and finally understands that the entire palace assumes that something romantic is brewing between them. He ponders this misunderstanding for a moment and swiftly concludes that bringing up the complex matter of a non-existent war would be an absurd move. So, he exclaims that the emperor is completely right about his youthful mischief. He confesses to taking advantage of his father's weakened condition by arrogantly bringing the princess here for a proposal, only to suffer the ultimate humiliation of being rejected by her in the end. The emperor is absolutely furious to hear that his son was rejected. After going to such extraordinary and unsanctioned lengths, he dramatically pleads with the archbishop to use his healing powers on him again. On the other hand, our cunning prince tries to stealthily slip away before his father's impending lecture can truly gain momentum. But before he can escape, his father's sharp eyes catch him, and he unleashes a long, impassioned lecture about his numerous responsibilities as the heir and crown prince of the empire. Meanwhile, the emperor's loyal subordinates notice that his right nostril is twitching. It's a subtle but clear indication that the scolding is merely a pretense, which means that he is, in fact, immensely proud of his cunning son. Our boy just wants this entire theatrical drama to finally end. After all, he isn't even the emperor's biological son to deserve this warm treatment. To wrap up the charade, he tells his father that he understands everything perfectly and now must take his leave from the room, as a very important patient is currently waiting for him. The emperor grants him permission to depart. Before exiting, he reminds his father once more to be extremely careful, mentioning that someone tried to assassinate him on his sickbed, so he must remain on high alert, and the emperor solemnly agrees. Meanwhile, a lone knight from Amboise is galloping toward the Magentano Empire, carrying an urgent message for the princess about the dire situation in her homeland. Back inside the side palace, our hero is complaining that he was beaten a staggering 500 times. This meant that he had fainted repeatedly, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Princess Adeline's mana during the entirety of her arduous treatment. On the other hand, she was insisting on one final decisive blow so they could finally end it all. He reluctantly agrees to her demand, and at last, he expertly guides her mana to obliterate the final gallstone. This time, finally, they have achieved the impossible. His system congratulates him on enduring those 501 external mana shockwaves. As a monumental reward, he has awakened the legendary Asrahan martial technique known as indestructible. According to the description of this legendary technique, he can now render himself completely indestructible for 5 minutes each day. His exhausted but loyal organs are thrilled to gain this god-tier skill, and they grant him a bonus of 22 HP. He then turns to the princess, informing her that she cannot relax just yet because her life-saving treatment is not yet fully complete. He astutely realizes that if she developed a gallstone at such a young age, she could very easily develop another one in the future. He then commands Gordon to bring the powerful Injinho decoction, which she will need to take consistently for the next 2 weeks. He also needs to verify if her body will tolerate the potent mixture well. At that very moment, He gains a massive life bonus for successfully saving the warrior princess's life. Beyond that, he has achieved this feat for the sake of lasting peace, so she could ascend her rightful throne and prevent a devastating war. He is truly happy, thinking that he might finally be able to enjoy a long life of immense riches. But a cruel destiny seems hell-bent on keeping him on his toes. Just then, a messenger bursts through the doors to inform them that Princess Adeline has received an urgent dispatch from her homeland. To their absolute horror, the messenger informs them that Jabilian, a cadet royal from the kingdom's distant western region, has officially declared a full-scale rebellion against the country. This arrogant man believes the current royal family has grown weak, citing that they surrendered to the crown prince's absurd demand to send their precious warrior princess to the empire. Our boy is utterly devastated to learn that this has happened, despite all of his meticulous efforts to prevent such a catastrophe. Meanwhile, the princess demands to know the current battlefield situation. The messenger replies grimly that the civil war has already begun, and that the Central Army is desperately trying to establish a defensive line at the strategic Velo fortress. As a direct result, far more soldiers than initially expected have been injured, with catastrophic casualties. Upon hearing this grim news, the devilish, opportunistic side of our hero feels an immediate surge of excitement. The opportunity to treat all those grievously injured soldiers as a direct method to extend his own lifespan. He even gains a bonus of 100 HP for this wild idea from his delighted organs. He knows that what has transpired is now completely beyond his control. The only logical thing he can do now is take full advantage of this tragic situation. With this selfish thought, he turns his gaze to the princess and dramatically expresses his profound sorrow over the terrible events in her country. He graciously grants her permission to return to her war-torn homeland, but insists on accompanying her so he can heal her injured soldiers. As the official army doctor, hearing his noble words, she thanks him with sincere gratitude, which once again embarrasses him. To shake off the awkward feeling, he tells her to prepare for their imminent departure. The scene then shifts to a chaotic, muddy army camp. A nondescript carriage has just shuddered to a halt, and a surprisingly portly man steps out of it. He immediately complains about how utterly shabby the encampment is. It is then revealed that this rather chubby individual is none other than our crown prince Reiki, who is already missing the opulent comforts of his luxurious palace carriage. Beside him stand his two most trusted and loyal men, Damien and Gordon. Gordon still insists that he return to the safety of his empire, but when he addresses him as Your Highness, Reiki sternly warns him to use his new undercover identity by calling him young Master Rayon. The scene flashes back to a few days prior, when they had just completed their hurried preparations for departure. The princess watched as Rakiel entered the room in the disguise of Rian Belkin. Wei coolly tells her it's time to move. She immediately questions his true identity, failing to recognize him beneath his magical disguise. When he calmly replies that he is indeed the crown prince, she scoffs, refusing to believe him, and orders the guards to arrest the imposter. He is finally able to convince her of the truth by reminding her of the intimate details of their private treatment sessions, a secret known only to the two of them. And with that, she immediately recognizes that he is, in fact, the crown prince. Gordon also appears from behind him at that moment, affirming to the bewildered princess that he is indeed their crown prince. Our hero reveals that this brand new identity was granted to him by his father. It is shown that he had gone to his father, the emperor, to request his formal permission to travel to Amboise. He informs him of the raging civil war currently tearing Amboise apart, and expresses his firm intention to infiltrate their complex military operation under the clever guise of a humble military doctor. The emperor asks him what he possibly hopes to achieve by helping Amboise soldiers. He answers that he can discreetly observe their military strategies, their command structure, and their entire administration, all while remaining in the safe zone as a physician. At that moment, the emperor's nostril begins to twitch again. It is a clear and undeniable sign of his immense pride in his son. He knows his father will grant him permission to go, as he truly relishes any opportunity to put his son to the test. He recounts this entire story to the princess, while adding that he completely transformed his physical appearance. With the powerful assistance of the palace's head mage, he clarifies that it is merely a powerful illusion. She also inspects his forged identity documents, which identify him as a fallen noble with extensive medical training and top scores on his exams. On their journey to Manhwa, Damien inquires about the fate of the clinic that both Gordon and Raquel are now leaving behind in the capital. Gardan informs him that Agnes is exceptionally well trained to manage the clinic for at least a few months, as they have already spread the rumor that Raquel is gravely ill and requires rest. Noticing Damien's still concerned expression, Gordon asks him what is currently weighing on his mind. He expresses his genuine concern about whether Agnes is receiving a proper bonus for all of her extra duty hours. This question makes Gordon break out into a nervous sweat. Meanwhile, the prince is thinking that being a doctor is certainly not an easy job. Finally, after several long and arduous days, they arrive in Manhwa, and with Princess Adeline's official influence, he is swiftly assigned to the rear camp for the wounded soldiers. Before heading off to his new and dangerous duties, he hands Adeline the prepared recipe for the Injin Ho Tang decoction and sternly instructs her to consume it regularly without fail. When they step into the designated camp for the wounded, he is utterly shocked to discover no other medics besides himself. Afterwards, he is horrified by the ghastly condition of the soldiers. A man responsible for overseeing the care of the injured soldiers demands to know their identities and purpose here, as he wrongly assumes that they are high-ranking superior officers. Raquel introduces himself as the newly assigned military physician, but the caretaker shows complete and total ignorance regarding his arrival. He then demands the caretaker brief him on the current status of the camp, and the caretaker indifferently replies that everyone inside is already dead. He even lazily glances inside to confirm if any of them are still alive. Hearing this cold, callous statement, Raquel demands an immediate explanation. The caretaker, as heartless and cruel as he appears, begins his explanation. He states that they desperately need to make space for the next wave of injured soldiers, and the only way to do that is when the currently injured who occupy the camp die. He even complains about how incredibly bothersome it is to clear out all the bodies. Raquel absolutely despises this cold-hearted approach. There's no conceivable way he is gaining any life bonus from this dire situation, so he commands the heartless caretaker to take him to the camp's commander. Meanwhile, the aforementioned commander is lounging and enjoying fine wine in his luxury tent, when suddenly an unseen assailant tries to strike him down. He luckily dodges the surprise attack and spins around to face his attacker. It turns out to be none other than Damien and Raquel. Damien calmly asks if he should proceed to beat the man up. Raquel responds to make it worth 2 months' salary, but not to kill him. With that command, Damien begins to mercilessly pummel the commander. All the while, the corrupt commander tries to desperately reason with them, and loudly claiming that he is the head officer in charge of the entire camp. However, Raquel coolly reveals his official documents, which state that he is an undercover royal inspector.